Venturing into forgotten spaces, the chilling stories of abandoned park structures are explored. An unsettling journey is undertaken into urban decay, where the echoes of past lives are deeply felt. My name is Eugene Lemon Jr. It's not a name that carries much weight outside the quiet, rolling hills of Braxton County. But here, it's a legacy. Not one of wealth or political power, but of something far stranger. My father, Eugene Lemon, sir, was one of the boys, now old men, most of them gone, who saw the monster on the Fisher farm back in September of 1952. He was a shadow of that event for the rest of his life, a man defined not by what he did, but by what he saw on a single, terrifying night. He never spoke of it. Not to me, not to my mother, not to anyone who would listen. While other witnesses gave interviews, appeared in documentaries, or simply spun yarns for tourists, my father locked the experience away in a vault of silence. But silence has a weight, a pressure that shapes everything around it. Our home was quiet in a way that felt heavy, laden with unspoken words. The fear he refused to acknowledge seeped into the floorboards and stained the wallpaper. It manifested in his eyes when he looked towards the wooded hill that loomed over our property, the same hill where it all happened. It was in the sudden, rigid set of his jaw, if a neighbor's kid set off a firecracker, or the way he'd stare at the sky on a clear night, not with wonder, but with a deep, abiding suspicion. His only rule for me was absolute: never go up on that hill, Gene. You promise me. You never go up there. He made me repeat it, my small hand in his calloused one, his gaze so intense it felt like a physical brand. I must have been 6 or 7 years old. I promised, of course. To a child, a father's command is law, especially when it's delivered with such desperate gravity. For years, I kept that promise. The hill was a forbidden kingdom, a dark shape on the horizon of my childhood. I'd watch my friends disappear into its canopy chasing squirrels or playing war, and I'd feel a knot of envy and fear tighten in my stomach. They'd come back smelling of damp earth and pine, their faces flushed with adventure. They'd talk about the view from the top, the old oak tree struck by lightning, the deer trails that wound through the rhododendron thickets. To them, it was just a hill. To me, it was a tomb, a place where my father's youth had died and been replaced by a silent, watchful ghost. Growing up, I pieced the story together from whispers, from articles in old newspapers I found in the town library, and from the sensationalized television shows that would occasionally feature the Flatwoods Monster, a fireball streaking across the sky, a crash in the woods, a group of local boys and mother, and a National Guardsman, my father among them, going to investigate. They found a pulsating red light, a foul metallic mist that choked them and burned their eyes. And then they saw it. A towering figure over 10 feet tall, with a glowing, spade-shaped head and piercing, non-human eyes. It hissed and glided towards them, and they ran. They all ran for their lives. The official reports mentioned nausea, vomiting, and irritation of the throat and nose among the witnesses afterward. Symptoms my father suffered from chronically. dismissed by doctors as allergies or nerves. They called it mass hysteria, a misidentified all, a meteor. My father's silence was his only rebuttal. He didn't need to argue. His life was his testimony. He worked his job at the gas station, tended his small garden, and loved my mother with a fierce, protective quietness. But the fear was his constant companion. He checked the locks 3 times every night and never sat with his back to a window. He passed away last spring. A heart attack, swift and sudden. In the sterile quiet of the hospital room, holding his cold, still hand, the promise I made as a child echoed in my mind. It felt different now, no longer a chain, but a key. The man who had forbidden me from seeking answers was gone. All that remained was the question that had shaped my entire existence. What did he see on that hill? The grief was a fog, but through it, a resolve began to harden. I had to know. I had to understand the source of the shadow that had stretched over our family for nearly 70 years. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It felt like a duty to him, to finally look at the thing he could never face again, and a duty to myself to live a life free from a fear I had inherited but never earned. A year passed. I settled his affairs, sorted through his belongings. A lifetime of simple things, tools, fishing lures, worn-out paperbacks. There was nothing that hinted at the monster, no hidden journal or secret file. There was only the silence he left behind. So last week, on a cool, overcast Tuesday, I broke my promise. I parked my truck at the base of the hill, the same spot where the old Fisher farm once stood. The farmhouse was long gone, reclaimed by time and weather, leaving only a crumbling stone foundation choked with weeds. The woods felt different than I'd imagined. Older. The trees, mostly oak, maple, and hickory, grew so densely that their branches knitted together, forming a canopy that swallowed the daylight, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air was still and heavy, the only sound the crunch of my own boots on a thick carpet of dead leaves. There were no birds singing, no squirrels chattering in the branches. It was a profound and unnerving silence, the kind that makes you aware of your own heartbeat, the blood pulsing in your ears. It felt watchful. I didn't have a map, only the vague directions from the old stories. They'd followed the ridgeline to the largest oak. I pushed my way through tangled undergrowth, the branches of mountain laurel scratching at my jacket. The incline grew steeper, and my breath came in ragged clouds in the cool air. The smell of the woods was rich and earthy, a mix of damp soil and decaying leaves. But as I climbed higher, another scent began to creep in at the edges. It was faint at first, easily dismissed. A sharp metallic tang, like burnt wires or ozone after a lightning strike. After what felt like an hour of climbing, I found it. The clearing. It was just as the stories described. A nearly perfect circle, about 50 feet in diameter, nestled near the crest of the hill. And it was utterly barren. While the forest floor around it, it was a riot of life. Ferns, moss, saplings. The ground within the circle was just bare, compacted dirt. Nothing grew here. Not a weed, not a blade of grass. It was as if the very soil had been sterilized. poisoned by an ancient heat. I stepped into the circle, and the feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. The air here was colder, and the metallic smell was stronger, clinging to the back of my throat. I stood in the center, turning slowly, scanning the impenetrable wall of trees that ringed the clearing. It felt like a stage, and I was the only actor, waiting for the audience to reveal itself. I ran my hand over the ground. It was cool and strangely smooth. I dug my fingers in, pulling up a clump of dirt. It smelled of rust and ash. Dusk began to settle, the gray light fading to a deep, bruised purple. The woods darkened, the spaces between the trees filling with impenetrable shadows. I hadn't planned to stay after dark, but I felt rooted to the spot, held there by a mixture of terror and a desperate, knowing need for resolution. I had to see something, anything, a sign that this wasn't all in my head, that my father's lifelong trauma wasn't born from a trick of the light. And as the last vestiges of daylight bled from the sky, I got my sign. From deep within the trees, on the far side of the clearing, a light began to pulse. It wasn't a flashlight beam or a campfire. It was a deep, visceral red, like the glow of a hot coal. It throbbed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a monstrous heart beating in the darkness. It cast no beam, but simply illuminated the trees around it in a sickening, crimson light. I didn't see a monster. I didn't hear a hiss. I just saw the light, pulsing in the suffocating silence of the woods, and I knew. I knew my father hadn't misidentified an owl. I knew he hadn't been hysterical. He had seen something real. And now, so had I. For a long moment, I was paralyzed. Time itself seemed to congeal, the seconds stretching into thick, syrupy eternities. My feet were lead weights bolted to the sterile earth of the clearing. My lungs forgot their function. There was only the clearing, the oppressive dark, and the silent, rhythmic pulse of that sickening red light. It was a heartbeat, a slow, alien, predatory heartbeat that resonated not in my ears, but in the marrow of my bones. In that instant, every story, every whisper, every doubt I ever had, crystallized into a single, terrible truth. My father wasn't haunted by a memory. He was haunted by this. The initial shock gave way to a strange, horrifying sense of validation. I had come seeking an answer, and the woods had given it to me. This was real. The weight of my father's 70 years of silence crashed down on me, and I finally understood its suffocating density. It wasn't the silence of stubbornness. It was the silence of a man who had looked into the abyss and found something looking back. The metallic smell, which had been a faint tang at the edge of my senses, intensified dramatically. It billowed out from the direction of the light, a foul, corrosive fog that wasn't a fog at all. It was a presence. It coated my tongue with the taste of old blood and hot copper. My eyes began to water, stinging as if I'd been doused with chemical spray. My stomach churned. A violent lurch of nausea that threatened to bring up the day's lunch. It was exactly as the reports had described. The burning mist. Then came the sound. It started as a low, frequency hum, a vibration so deep I felt it in my teeth. It was a sound that felt older than the hills, older than humanity. The hum steadily climbed in pitch, rising through registers my mind couldn't properly categorize. It became a whine, then a shriek, a high-pitched, piercing hiss that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and drill directly into my skull. It was everywhere at once. It came from the trees in front of me, from the ground beneath me, from the air all around me. The silence of the woods had been shattered by this all-encompassing sanity, shredding noise. It was the sound of machinery and animal rage fused into one. My body broke its paralysis. The decision to run wasn't a conscious thought. It was a primal biological imperative. My legs, clumsy and stiff, stumbled into motion. I turned and fled from the clearing, my boots slipping on the dead leaves that now felt treacherous and slick. I didn't look back. I couldn't. To look back would be to see the source of the light, the origin of the sound, and some deep, instinctual part of me knew that to see it would be to lose my mind. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. The hissing sound seemed to follow, clinging to me, wrapping around me like a physical thing. The red light pulsed against the back of my eyelids, a persistent, rhythmic strobe that illuminated my panic. My lungs burned, not just from the exertion, but from the acrid, metallic air that I was still breathing, still tasting. A wave of vertigo washed over me, and I stumbled, falling hard onto one knee. The impact sent a shockwave of pain up my leg, but the adrenaline was afire in my veins. I scrambled back to my feet, my hands raw and scraped, and kept running. The descent was a blur of darkness, pain, and abject terror. Every shadow was a pursuing figure, every rustle of leaves a creature at my heels. The hill, which had felt so ancient and still on the way up, was now alive with a malevolence I had never known was possible. It wanted me gone. Or worse, it wanted me to stay. When I finally burst out of the tree line and saw the pale, familiar shape of my truck parked near the old foundation, a sob of relief escaped my throat. I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my fingers numb and useless. The key fob felt alien in my trembling hand. I dropped it once, twice. My frantic scrabbling in the dirt punctuated by the phantom hiss that still echoed in my head. Finally, I got the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut, locking it immediately. The sound of the lock clicking into place was the most reassuring sound I had ever heard. I didn't wait to catch my breath. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, its familiar, mechanical growl a comfort against the unholy noise from the hill. I threw the truck into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator, spraying gravel and dirt. I drove away with a recklessness that bordered on suicidal, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, refusing to even glance in the rearview mirror. I drove for miles, the winding country roads a blur, until the red glow was gone and the hissing had faded to a dull ringing in my ears. I didn't go home, not to my own apartment in town. I drove to my father's house, the house I grew up in, the house that was now empty and mine. I stumbled inside, leaving the door unlocked behind me, and collapsed onto the worn floral sofa in the living room. The house was cold and silent. but it was a different kind of silence than the one on the hill. This was a familiar silence, a safe one. For a long time, I just sat there, shaking, my body racked with tremors I couldn't control. The nausea was still there, a sour knot in my gut. My head throbbed in time, with the pulsating afterimage of the red light. I eventually dragged myself into the bathroom and stared at my reflection in the mirror above the sink. The face that stared back was a stranger's. It was pale gaunt, the eyes wide with a terror that was bone deep. My pupils were dilated, two black pools of fear. And in that moment, looking at my own wrecked reflection, I saw my father. I saw him as a young man, barely a boy, running down that same hill, his lungs on fire, his mind screaming. I saw the source of his quiet anxieties, the reason he checked the locks, the reason he could never sit with his back to a window. I understood with a clarity that was both devastating and profound, that his silence wasn't a failing. It was a shield. How could you possibly explain this to someone who hadn't been there? How could you put words to a sound that scraped the inside of your skull, to a light that felt like a violation, to a fear so absolute it felt like it had rewritten your genetic code? You couldn't. So you stayed quiet. You locked it away and tried to live with the ghost that now lived inside you. The promise he had extracted from me as a child was not about protecting me from a monster. He was trying to protect me from this feeling. This soul, deep certainty that the world was not what we thought it was, that there were things in the dark spaces that were ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to our existence. He had failed. By trying to understand his trauma, I had made it my own. The fear was no longer an inheritance, a second-hand story. It was mine now, earned in the sterile clearing and the suffocating dark. The shadow of the hill had finally fallen on me, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would never leave. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. A hazy existence lived in the gray space between shock and raw, undiluted fear. I didn't leave my father's house. I couldn't. The world outside the windows seemed like a fragile stage set, one that could be torn down at any moment by the reality I now knew lurked just beyond the tree line. Sleep offered no escape when I did manage to drift off. My dreams were a chaotic slideshow of a pulsating red light and a sound that felt like it was tearing my soul apart. I'd wake up tangled in my sheets, my heart hammering against my ribs, the metallic taste of burnt copper still clinging to my tongue. The physical symptoms lingered with a cruel persistence. The nausea came in waves, a constant, sour churning in my stomach that made the thought of food repulsive. A low-grade tinnitus had taken up permanent residence in my ears, a faint, high-pitched echo of the hiss from the woods. It was just loud enough to be a constant reminder, a phantom signal broadcasting from the hill directly into my brain. My eyes, sensitive and raw, saw the red glow in every passing taillight, every blinking electronic device. After 3 days of self-imposed exile, subsisting on tap water and stale crackers from the pantry, I knew I had to move. My apartment, my job, my life. They were all waiting for me in town. The thought of returning to that life felt absurd, like trying to put on a costume that no longer fit. How could I stand behind the counter at the hardware store and discuss the best brand of lawn fertilizer when I knew what was breathing in the woods just a few miles away? My first trip into town was an exercise in paranoia. Every shadow seemed too long. Every sudden noise made me jump. The familiar faces of my neighbors looked like masks, their casual smiles and friendly greetings, feeling like a profound ignorance I could no longer share. I saw Mrs. Gable from across the street tending her roses, and wondered what she would do if she knew. Would she still find such simple joy in her garden if she understood that the very ground beneath her feet was just a thin crust over something ancient and alien? I drove past the small library where I'd first read the newspaper clippings about the incident. The words that had once seemed sensational and distant, hissing, gliding, foul metallic odor, were now branded into my memory with the searing heat of personal experience. They weren't just words anymore. They were the vocabulary of my new reality. I found myself thinking about the other witnesses. Kathleen May, the mother who had led the boys up the hill. Neil Nunley. The others. Some had spoken freely for years, becoming minor local celebrities. Others, like my father, had retreated into a shell of silence. I had always judged them, in my own quiet way. The talkers seemed like opportunists, the silent ones like cowards. Now, I understood both reactions perfectly. To speak of it was an attempt to exorcise the demon, to drag it into the light of day, and rob it of its power, even if no one truly believed you. To be silent was to acknowledge that some things are too vast and terrible for words, that to even try to describe them is a kind of madness. My father hadn't been a coward. He had been a pragmatist. He had chosen the silence that allowed him to function, to raise a family, to live a semblance of a normal life. Even if it was a life lived in a cage of his own making. I didn't go back to my apartment. I couldn't bear its thin walls, its proximity to other people who lived in blissful ignorance. I started moving my things, box by box, into my father's house. It was a decision made without conscious thought, a migration driven by a deeper instinct. This house, with its thick walls and familiar creaks, felt like the only defensible position in a world that had suddenly become hostile territory. Its silence was a balm, its isolation a shield. As I settled in, I began to notice the small rituals, the ingrained habits my father had lived by, the way he always drew the curtains at dusk, not just in the living room, but in every room of the house. The extra deadbolt on the back door that I had always thought was redundant. We soon discovered why. The way he had arranged the furniture in the living room so that no chair had its back to the large picture window that faced the direction of the hill. Without meaning to, I started to adopt them. At dusk, I would move through the house, a silent sentinel, drawing each curtain closed, plunging the rooms into a premature darkness. Before bed, I would check the front door, the back door, and then the extra deadbolt, my hand resting on the cool metal for a moment, just as his had. I found myself sitting in his old armchair, the one position to command a view of every entrance. My eyes drifting constantly towards the window, even with the curtains drawn, as if I could see the faint outline of the hill through the fabric. I had broken my promise to him, and my punishment was to become him. The generational trauma I had once read about in psychology books was no longer an abstract concept. It was the air I breathed. It was the tremor in my hands as I drank my morning coffee. It was the cold knot of dread in my stomach that never fully went away. My father had carried this weight for nearly 70 years, and in one foolish, arrogant night, I had taken it from him. The shadow of the hill had not just fallen on me. It had been passed down, a dark and terrible inheritance. My name is Eugene Lemon. Jeaner. It's not a name that carries much weight outside these hills. But here, it is a legacy. It is the name of the man who saw the monster. I don't know what it is, or what it wants. I only know that it is there. It waits in the sterile clearing where nothing grows, in the woods where no birds sing. It waits and it watches. And so do I. I never go up on that hill anymore. I don't need to. I know what's there. My life is now defined by that knowledge, circumscribed by the perimeter of its influence. Some nights, when the air is very still, I think I can smell it. A faint, metallic tang on the wind. And sometimes, if I stare long enough at the dark ridge against the star-dusted sky, I think I can see a light. A faint, rhythmic, pulsing red. Or maybe it's just a reflection in my own terrified eyes. It doesn't really matter. Some things you don't need to see to believe. Not more than once. My name is Emily Rose. I'm 17, and if I'm being honest, the last thing I wanted to do this summer was get dragged into the middle of nowhere with my family. But my dad, in his infinite wisdom, had decided we all needed to unplug and reconnect with nature. His version of this was a rental cabin deep in the winding, ancient hills of Boone County, West Virginia. He'd sold it to us with a glossy brochure smile, calling it a rustic cabin, a phrase that should have been our first red flag. Rustic, I've learned, is just a polite word for old, creaky, and probably full of spiders. The drive itself felt like a journey back in time. The highways narrowed into country roads, which then dissolved into gravel tracks that clawed their way up the mountainside. The last vestiges of civilization. A gas station with a flickering neon sign and a lone, suspicious-looking attendant had vanished an hour ago. My phone had lost its signal bars one by one, like a dying patient's heartbeat, until the screen simply read "no service." My younger brother, Leo, who was 10, had long since given up his Nintendo Switch and was now just staring out the window, his face a mask of profound boredom. Mom was in the passenger seat, trying to stay positive, but I could see the tight line of her smile. She was a city person, through and through. The symphony of honking horns and distant sirens was her lullaby. The dead, oppressive silence of the woods was anything but. "Isn't this great, kids?" Dad said, his voice booming with forced enthusiasm. He navigated a particularly nasty pothole, sending a shower of gravel against the car's undercarriage.
Real country! Fresh air!
None of that city smog. I just grunted in response, sinking lower in my seat and pulling my hoodie over my head. The cabin, when we finally reached it, was even more rustic than I'd imagined. It was a dark log structure, squatting in a small clearing like a toadstool. The surrounding trees, mostly ancient oaks and towering pines, crowded in on all sides, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense canopy that blotted out most of the afternoon sun. The air was thick and heavy, smelling of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else. Something vaguely musky and wild. A rickety porch wrapped around the front, and a stone chimney, stained black with soot, leaned tiredly against one wall. "Home sweet home!" Dad announced, killing the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. The inside wasn't much better. It was one large room, bisected by a sagging plaid couch and a dusty bearskin rug. A kitchenette with peeling linoleum counters occupied one corner, and a stone fireplace, big enough to stand in, dominated the far wall. 2 sets of bunk beds were crammed against the back wall for me and Leo, while a slightly larger bed for my parents was tucked into an alcove. The whole place was decorated in what I could only describe as dead animal chic. Deer heads with glassy eyes stared down from the walls, their antlers draped in cobwebs. The first day passed in a blur of forced family fun. We went on a hike where Leo complained about his shoes. Dad tried to identify bird calls with an app. That no longer worked. And Mom jumped at every snapped twig. I trailed behind, feeling a strange, persistent sense of being watched. I'd catch a flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision, but when I'd turn, there was nothing but the dense, unmoving wall of trees. The woods were unnervingly quiet. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered. There was only the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of our feet on the forest floor. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. That night, after a dinner of burnt hot dogs and canned beans, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. The sun had set, and a darkness unlike any I'd ever known had descended upon the clearing. It was a thick, inky blackness that seemed to swallow the light from our single porch lamp. Every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, was magnified in the profound silence. Dad, trying to lighten the mood, told a series of terrible jokes that fell flat. We played a half-hearted game of Monopoly, but no one's heart was in it. Around 9 o'clock, a low moan echoed from deep within the woods. "Just the wind," Dad said quickly, a little too quickly. But it wasn't the wind. The wind whispers and howls. This was a sound of sorrow, a long, drawn-out note of grief that sent a shiver down my spine. We all pretended not to have heard it, but the game ended soon after, and we retreated to our respective beds. I lay awake for hours, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the night, my heart thudding against my ribs. The second night was when the real terror began. We'd spent the day trying to ignore the oppressive atmosphere, but it clung to us like the damp air. As dusk fell, a thick fog rolled down from the mountains, blanketing the clearing in a shroud of gray. It muffled all sound, creating an eerie, dreamlike world. We ate dinner in near silence, the only sound the clinking of our forks against the plates. It started around 10. At first, it was just a faint, rhythmic crunching, like something heavy walking on the fallen leaves just beyond the edge of the clearing. Dad muted the small, staticky television. We all froze, listening. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was circling the house, slowly, deliberately. Probably just a deer. Dad whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. The footsteps were too heavy, the gait too measured for a deer. This was something bigger. Much bigger. The circling continued for what felt like an eternity. The sound would fade as it moved to the far side of the cabin, then grow louder as it came back around to the front. It was methodical, like a predator, studying its prey, testing the perimeter. Leo had crawled into our parents' bed, his small body trembling. Mom was holding him, her eyes wide and fixed on the front door. Then the sound changed. The slow, deliberate pace quickened. It was a sprint, a powerful, thundering rush of movement that sent a spray of dirt and leaves against the cabin wall. It was impossibly fast. It completed a full circle of the cabin in just a few seconds, a blur of sound and motion in the foggy darkness. My breath hitched in my throat. No bear or deer could move like that. Dad, a man who had never shown fear in his life, got up from the couch. His face was pale in the dim lamplight. He walked over to the corner, where he'd propped his hunting rifle, the one he'd brought, just in case. The metallic click as he checked the chamber was unnaturally loud in the silent room. He moved to the front window, peering through a slit in the dusty curtains. He stood there for a long moment, completely still. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart. "What is it, honey?" Mom whispered, her voice trembling. Dad didn't answer. He just kept staring out of the fog-choked night. The color had completely drained from his face, leaving it a waxy, ghostly white. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. "It's on the roof," he finally whispered, his voice so low I barely heard it. The words hung in the air, cold and sharp as ice. As if on cue, a sound from directly above us made us all flinch. It was a long, scraping sound. Claws. Heavy. Sharp claws, dragging across the wooden shingles of the roof, sending a shower of grit down the chimney and into the cold fireplace. The cabin groaned under a weight it was never meant to bear. We could hear it moving up there, its heavy footfalls making the rafters creak ominously. Dust motes danced in the beam of a single lamp. Then came a heavy, sickening thump as the creature landed on the front porch. It was so close now. Just a few inches of wood separated us from it. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the floorboards, a sound that vibrated deep in my chest. It was a sound of pure, primal malice. The scratching started at the door. Not the frantic scrabbling of an animal, but a deliberate, gouging scrape. It was testing the wood, feeling for a weakness. And then we heard the scream. It wasn't a human scream. It was a woman's voice, twisted and warped into something monstrous. It was a shriek filled with an ancient rage and a profound, bottomless sorrow. It ripped through the night, echoing off the silent, watching trees. It went on and on, a single, piercing note of insanity that promised a world of pain. The thing on our porch was screaming, and it knew we were inside. The scream was so high, pitched it felt like it could shatter glass. It ended as abruptly as it began, leaving a silence that was heavier and more terrifying than the sound itself. No one in the room dared to move. The four of us had become statues of fear. My dad remained frozen by the window, the rifle in his hands looking like a useless toy. Mom clutched Leo, who was trembling, rocking him back and forth gently, as if trying to comfort both him and herself. All I could do was stare at the old wooden door, as if my gaze alone could reinforce its strength. The silence was broken by a scraping sound, followed by a violent slam that shook the entire cabin. Things on the shelves rattled, and a shower of dust rained down from the ceiling beams. It was throwing itself against the door. The sickening crack of splintering wood filled the air. It slammed again and again, each impact harder than the last. A low growl seeped through the cracks in the door, a sound filled with hatred and hunger. "Get back!" Dad yelled, his voice hoarse. He had finally broken free from his paralysis. "Get away from the door!" To the back of the room. Dad shoved the sagging plaid couch against the door. It was a pathetic barricade, but it was all we had. We scrambled to the far side of the room, huddling together in the corner, between the bunk beds and the cold wall. Dad knelt in front of us, raising the rifle to his shoulder, aiming at the door that seemed moments from bursting inward. For hours, the torture continued. The screaming didn't return, but other sounds did. The frantic scratching moved from the door to the walls surrounding the cabin. We could hear sharp claws dragging along the logs, like someone slowly scraping the side of our house with a giant knife. Sometimes, it would fall silent for so long that we'd begin to harbor a desperate, foolish hope that it had left. But then the heavy footsteps would resume on the porch, or a guttural snarl would erupt from beneath one of the windows. It was playing with us, a predator sadistically hunting its prey. I glanced at the cuckoo clock on the wall. The hands had barely moved. It was only 1 in the morning. The night was still young. Leo had fallen asleep in Mom's arms, but it was a sleep of pure, fearful exhaustion. His small face was damp with tears, his brow furrowed even in his dreams. Mom just stared into the void, her eyes wide and vacant. Dad was our only anchor. He never took his eyes off the door. Every muscle in his body tensed. But then I saw something that made my heart plummet. The hands holding the rifle were shaking. My father, the man who had never been afraid of anything, was trembling. Around 3 in the morning, the sound stopped completely. This silence was different. It wasn't tense, it was empty. It was as if the entire forest had stopped breathing along with us. We sat like that for nearly half an hour, listening only to the frantic beating of our own hearts. "Isaac gone?" Mom whispered, her voice dry and cracked. Dad shook his head slowly. "I don't know." He rose silently, creeping to the side window as quietly as possible. He parted the curtain just a fraction of an inch to peer outside. I could only see darkness and the thick curtain of fog reflecting the dim light from inside the cabin. "Can't see a thing," Dad said. "The fog's too thick." While Dad kept watch, I began to look around the room, desperate for a distraction. My eyes scanned the morbid decor, the deer heads, and a small bookshelf filled with dusty, old hardcovers. Something compelled me to get up and walk over to it. "Emily, what are you doing?" Mom asked, her voice sharp with anxiety. Just looking for something to do," I replied, trying to keep my own voice steady. I ran my finger along the decaying spines. Most were cheap westerns and maintenance manuals. But one book was different. It was a black, leather-bound volume with no title. I pulled it out carefully. It was heavier than it looked. When I opened it, the pages were yellow and brittle, smelling of damp and age. It wasn't a printed book, but a journal filled with a spidery, handwritten script. "Look at this," I said, carrying it back to our corner. We huddled together under the dim light. Dad kept his post by the door, but glanced over occasionally. The handwriting was old and difficult to decipher, but I managed to read it aloud. "Ranger Arthur Jones's log 1978. I flipped through the first few pages, which were mostly boring entries about wildlife and weather patterns. Then I came to a page that had been circled in faded red ink. The heading read, "Wampus Cat." "Wampus what?" Mom asked. "Wampus Cat," I repeated slowly. "Local legend. Most dismiss it as a campfire story, but after last night I'm not so sure." My heart began to pound. I read on. "The Cherokee tells stories of a malevolent spirit, a woman cursed to take the form of a half-human, half-feline monster. The story goes she disguised herself to spy on a sacred ceremony of the tribe's warriors. She was discovered and cursed to wander these woods for eternity. An entity driven by rage and a deep-seated hatred for all mankind." I looked up at my parents. Our eyes met with a shared, dawning horror. That woman's scream. It wasn't an animal. My voice trembled as I continued reading. "It is described as having the powerful body of a cougar, but with eyes that glow like embers and a scream like that of a tortured woman. They say it is incredibly intelligent and possesses supernatural strength. It will stalk its prey for days, terrorizing them, driving them mad with fear, before it finally attacks. There have been reports of missing persons in these hills going back decades. Often, all that is found are signs of a struggle and massive claw marks gouged deep into trees and cabin doors. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted from the window right next to us. Glass shattered. Our collective scream tore through the room. Dad spun around and fired the rifle, the blast deafening us, the muzzle flash illuminating. A face, peering in through the broken pane. It was only for a split second, but the image was burned into my mind forever. It was not the face of an animal, but it wasn't human either. The skin was pale and stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. The eyes, oh God, the eyes. They glowed with a sickening yellow-green light. Feline eyes filled with a malevolent intelligence that no animal could possess. Its mouth was open in a snarl, revealing black gums and sharp, pointed fangs. And hair, long, black, stringy hair framed its face. Then it was gone, vanished back into the darkness. It left behind only the biting cold that now poured into the room through the shattered window, and a foul stench of wet fur and decay that hung heavy in the air. We didn't hear another sound for the rest of the night. But none of us slept. We sat huddled together, shivering from cold and fear, desperately waiting for the first light of dawn. When a faint, gray light finally began to filter through the fog, we knew we had survived the night. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that something inside of us had been shattered along with that window, and it would never be whole again. Dawn did not break, it seeped. A pale, sickly gray light bled through the thick fog, slowly illuminating the scene of our violation. The cold was the first thing I registered, a deep, biting chill that had settled into my bones, a souvenir from the shattered window. But the silence was worse. After a night filled with such relentless, violent noise, the dead quiet of the morning felt profoundly unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath in the aftermath of a great atrocity. No one spoke. We moved like ghosts, stiff and slow, drawn by a morbid curiosity to the front of the cabin. Dad cautiously wedged the couch from the door, his movements heavy with exhaustion. He pulled the door open, its hinges groaning in protest, and we saw what the night had wrought. It was carnage. The thick oak door was shredded, ripped apart as if by industrial machinery. Deep, claw-like gouges, some over an inch deep, crisscrossed the wood in a frenzy of rage. The porch railing was splintered, and the floorboards were scarred with the same violent marks. It looked like a grizzly bear had tried to tear its way inside, but we knew better. A bear would have been a comfort compared to the truth. My mother gasped, pointing a trembling finger at the door jamb. There, caught in a sliver of splintered wood, was a single, long strand of hair. It was coarse and black as pitch. It wasn't animal fur. It was hair, human-like, yet thicker, stronger. It was the final, damning piece of evidence that confirmed the ranger's journal. We hadn't been attacked by a beast. We had been hunted by a curse. That was it for my father. The last vestige of his forced optimism, his rustic getaway, fantasy, shattered completely. His face, already pale and drawn, hardened into a mask of grim determination. "Pack," he said, his voice a low, urgent command. "Just the essentials. Leave everything else. We're leaving. Now." There were no arguments. We moved with a frantic, silent efficiency, driven by a singular, primal instinct: survival. We stuffed clothes into bags without folding them, grabbed our wallets and phones, which were still useless slabs of glass and metal. Leo, bless his heart, didn't complain once. He just packed his backpack with a solemnity that no 10-year-old should ever possess. The air in the cabin was thick with our shared, unspoken terror. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. The woods outside the windows were no longer a place of nature and beauty. They were a cage, and we could feel the eyes of our jailer upon us. Within 10 minutes, we were tumbling out of the cabin and into the car. Dad fumbled with the keys, his hands still shaking. The engine turned over once, twice, then mercifully roared to life. He slammed the car into reverse, spinning the tires on the damp earth, and we fishtailed onto the gravel track, leaving the nightmare cabin behind us. For a moment, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief washed over me. The car was moving. We were escaping. The trees blurred past the window. A green and gray tunnel, leading us back to civilization, back to safety. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror and saw the cabin shrinking in the distance, half swallowed by the fog. And I allowed myself to believe we were free. The hope lasted for less than a minute. We rounded the first sharp bend in the road, and Dad slammed on the brakes, sending us lurching forward against our seatbelts. My heart leaped into my throat. Lying completely across the narrow track, from one steep embankment to the other, was a massive oak tree. Its trunk was as thick as our car, its branches a tangled, impassable web. It hadn't been there yesterday. There were no signs of a storm, no lightning strike. The base of the trunk, where it had separated from its roots, was a fresh, jagged wound of splintered wood. It hadn't just fallen, it had been pushed. "No," Mom whispered, her voice cracking. "No, no, no." Dad got out of the car, leaving the door open. He walked to the edge of the tree, a tiny, defeated figure against the immense obstacle. He kicked at it, a single, futile act of rage, then ran his hands through his hair, his shoulders slumping. He looked back at us, his eyes filled with a despair so profound it stole my breath. "It's not moving," he said, his voice flat. "We're not getting through." Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. We were trapped. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The creature wasn't just a mindless predator. It was intelligent. It had anticipated our escape. It had herded us, toyed with us, and now it had sealed us in. "What do we do?" I asked, the words barely a whisper. "Go back," Dad said, his voice regaining a sliver of authority. "We go back to the cabin, barricade the door properly this time, and we wait." "Wait for what?" Mom cried. "For it to come back." "We'll wait for someone to notice we're gone," he snapped, his fear momentarily boiling over into anger. "Someone will come looking for us eventually." Eventually. The word hung in the air, a death sentence. We got out of the car. The uselessness of it a bitter pill to swallow. As we began the grim walk back toward the cabin, a new sound cut through the fog. It was the low rumble of an engine, coming from the other side of the fallen tree. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. We all froze, turning as one toward the sound. A vehicle was coming down the mountain. A pair of headlights pierced the gray mist, growing brighter and brighter. A moment later, a dark green pickup truck with the emblem of the National Park Service on its door came into view, stopping on the far side of the tree. A man got out. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing the familiar khaki uniform of a park ranger. He had a kind, weathered face and a calm demeanor that seemed to radiate competence. He looked at the tree, then at our family huddled on the other side, and his expression became one of grim understanding, having some trouble. He called out, his voice steady. We all started talking at once, a frantic, incoherent babble of terror and relief. Dad held up a hand, silencing us, and quickly explained what had happened. The sounds, The attack, the face at the window, the blocked road. The ranger listened patiently, his gaze never leaving Dad's face. He didn't look surprised or skeptical. He looked like a man who had heard stories like this before. "I'm Ranger Miller," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "I got a call. Bowed down communication line up this way. Seems like more than just the line came down." He looked past us, toward the cabin. "You folks did the right thing trying to leave. You can't stay here. That thing, it doesn't like visitors." He walked back to his truck and pulled out a chainsaw. The roar of its engine was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. "This will take a little while," he shouted over the noise. "Stay close." For the next hour, Ranger Miller worked. He was strong and efficient, and the sight of him methodically cutting through the massive trunk was a powerful antidote to our fear. With every section of wood he removed, I felt the creature's hold on us weakening. The sun even began to burn through the fog, casting long, hopeful rays of light through the trees. He was almost through the last section of the trunk when the light began to fail. The sun was setting. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening crept back into the forest. The woods grew dark, the shadows deepening into pools of blackness. "All right, that should do it," Miller said, turning off the saw. The sudden silence was jarring. "Let's get you all in my truck. We'll come back for your car tomorrow." We scrambled over the cut logs, our feet clumsy with haste. We were almost to his truck, safety just a few feet away, when we heard it. It started as a low growl from the trees to our right. A familiar, guttural sound that vibrated in my bones. Ranger Miller froze, his hand instinctively going to the sidearm on his hip. "Get in the truck," he ordered, his voice low and tight. "Now!" But we were paralyzed, watching the darkness under the trees. And then it emerged. It didn't creep out. It exploded from the shadows, a blur of pale skin and black hair. It was bigger than I'd thought, impossibly fast and powerful. Its glowing yellow, green eyes were fixed on the ranger. Ranger Miller was brave. He drew his pistol and fired twice. The shots were deafening, but the creature didn't even flinch. It hit him with the force of a freight train, and the man went down with a cry of pain. It was a chaotic, horrifying tangle of limbs and snarls. We saw claws flashing in the twilight, heard the sickening crunch of bone. The ranger screamed, a sound that was abruptly cut off. The wampus cat rose, its form silhouetted against the last dying light. It had the ranger's body in its jaws, clamped down like a dog with a chew toy. With a final, hateful glance at us, it turned and dragged the man's limp form back into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. We stood there, frozen in horror, listening to the sounds of the ranger being dragged away. Then there was only silence. The missing person report would be filed. The search parties would find nothing but a blood-stained chainsaw and an abandoned Park Service truck. We were alone again. The path was clear, but the sun was gone. The night was here, and we knew, with a certainty that was colder and sharper than any fear we had felt before, that it was still out there, watching us from the trees. And this time, it knew we had nowhere left to run. My name is Alex Rodriguez. For the better part of a decade, I have professionally navigated the shadowed corners of the world where folklore and fear intersect. As the lead investigator for Echoes of the Abyss, a web series dedicated to the methodical documentation of paranormal phenomena, I've stood in the silence of 100 allegedly haunted locations. I've listened to the whispers of history in abandoned asylums, felt the cold breath of forgotten tragedies in Civil War battlefields, and traced the outlines of spectral figures in the grainy feedback of our equipment. Most of these places offered little more than atmospheric chill and the power of suggestion. They were stages set for a play that never began, their ghosts long having given up their lines. But I learned early on that you don't hunt the supernatural. You create an environment of patience and respect, and you wait for it to notice you. This particular investigation, however, felt different from the moment the name was spoken in our research room. Sensabaugh Tunnel, tucked away in the dense rolling hills near Kingsport, Tennessee. It wasn't a grand Gothic ruin or a place of widely publicized tragedy. It was a simple, unassuming concrete tube, bored through a hill, a place steeped not in documented history, but in the murky, potent waters of local legend. And the legends were specific, a trifecta of classic horror tropes. Turn off your car inside the tunnel, and the engine will refuse to restart. You will hear the disembodied cry of an infant, or perhaps a woman. And if you are truly unlucky, you will see the dark figure of Mr. Sensabaugh himself, the man who supposedly murdered his family within those damp, concrete walls, appearing in your rearview mirror. My partner, Ben Carter, was, as always, the anchor of pragmatism for my more intuitive approach. Ben was our tech guru, a man who believed that every ghost was simply an unexplained electrical field or an infrasound vibration until proven otherwise. It's Campfire Story 101. Alex, he had said, tapping his pen on the file. Dead car, crying baby, spooky guy in the mirror. It's a bit on the nose, don't you think? The most enduring legends often are, I had replied, looking at the grainy photograph of the tunnel's entrance. They're simple, primal. Darkness, isolation, the fear of being stranded, the sound of a child in distress. They're designed to push our buttons. The question is, what created the design? That question led us here, navigating our gear-laden SUV down a winding, poorly maintained road as the Appalachian bled from purple to a deep, starless black. The trees, ancient and heavy with summer leaves, crowded the asphalt, their branches knitting together overhead to form a canopy that swallowed the last of the light. It was a disorienting, claustrophobic journey. With every mile, the tendrils of civilization, streetlights, cell service, the distant hum of the highway, were stripped away, leaving us in a profound and unnerving isolation. The air itself seemed to grow heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. We're close, Ben said, his eyes on the GPS mounted to the dashboard. Another half mile. EMF is flat. Ambient temperature is 72 degrees. No significant audio anomalies. He was in his element, reducing the world to a series of quantifiable data points. It was his way of maintaining control, of keeping the encroaching darkness at bay. I, on the other hand, was letting it wash over me. I had the driver's side window down, and the sounds of the forest were a symphony of unseen life. The chirping of crickets, the mournful call of a whippoorwill, the rustle of something moving just beyond the reach of our headlights. There was an energy here, a watchfulness that felt older than any ghost story. It was the ancient, indifferent spirit of the mountains themselves, and we were intruding. Then we saw it. The tunnel entrance was a perfect, black semicircle cut into the hillside, a gaping mouth that seemed to inhale the light from our headlamps. The concrete facade was scarred with decades of graffiti, vibrant splashes of color that seemed garish and out of place against the organic decay of the surrounding woods. It looked less like a piece of civil engineering and more like a wound in the landscape. I pulled the vehicle to a stop just before the entrance, killing the engine. For a moment, we sat in silence, the sounds of the forest now seeming more distant, muted by the sheer presence of the structure before us. "Right," Ben said, breaking the spell and unbuckling his seatbelt. Standard setup. 2 static night vision cams, 1 at each entrance. I'll place the digital audio recorders at the quarter and halfway points. You get the full spectrum camera and the EMF meter ready for the drive. In. We worked with the quiet efficiency of long practice. The air grew cooler as we neared the tunnel, a noticeable temperature drop that had nothing to do with the setting sun. I ran my hand along the cool, damp concrete of the entrance, feeling the grit and peeling paint. There were names and dates scratched into the surface, a testament to the generations of teenagers who had tested their courage here. With the perimeter secured, we got back in the SUV. I took a deep breath. "Ready?" Ben nodded, his face illuminated by the green glow of the handheld monitor, displaying the feeds from our cameras. "Ready. Let's go wake the baby." I put the car in drive and eased us into the oppressive darkness. The moment we crossed the threshold, the world outside vanished. The acoustics changed instantly, the gentle hum of the tires on asphalt becoming a loud, hollow roar that echoed around us. The tunnel was longer than it looked from the outside, a perfectly straight, disorienting passage of absolute blackness, beyond the reach of my headlights. Water dripped from the ceiling, each drop hitting the roof of the car with a sound like a tapping finger. I drove to the exact center and, following the instructions of the legend, shifted into park and turned the key. The engine died. The headlights went out. The roaring echo was replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. The darkness was total. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was a tangible, suffocating blanket. I couldn't see Ben, who was sitting less than 3 feet away. I couldn't see my own hands on the steering wheel. "Okay." Ben's voice was strained, unnaturally loud in the confined space. Darkness achieved. Let the EVP session commence. I switched on our primary audio recorder. "Is there anyone here with us?" I asked, my voice sounding small and thin. "My name is Alex, and this is my associate, Ben. We've come to hear your story. We mean you no harm." We waited. The only sound was the slow, rhythmic plink. Plink. Plink of water, dripping somewhere in the darkness ahead. I could hear the sound of my own breathing, the frantic beat of my own heart. The claustrophobia was immense. The concrete walls, unseen, felt as though they were inching closer, squeezing the air from the space. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Anything, I whispered. Nothing, Ben replied. EMF is dead flat. No thermal changes. Just wet concrete and darkness. He sounded disappointed, but also relieved. I'm about ready to call this a bust, Alex. Let's give it 5 more minutes. I was about to agree when I felt it. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. A drop in pressure. The air grew colder, and the fine hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. My training, my instincts, screamed that we were no longer alone. And then we heard it. It wasn't a baby's cry. It was the sound of a woman weeping. It was a soft, heartbreaking sound of pure, undiluted grief. And it was coming from the impenetrable darkness at the far end of the tunnel. Ben made a choked sound. I saw his silhouette move as he fumbled for the parabolic microphone, pointing it toward the sound. Did you hear that? He whispered, his voice trembling. I hear it, I said, my own voice barely a croak. The weeping grew. Not necessarily in volume, but in presence. It seemed to fill the space. The sound waves bouncing from the walls until it was coming from every direction at once. It was a sound of utter despair, and it was getting closer. Then, the car's interior light began to flicker. It flashed on and off in a frantic, irregular rhythm, bathing us in moments of sickly yellow light fogged by absolute blackness. On, off, off. In one of those brief flashes of light, my eyes darted to the rearview mirror. My blood ran cold. The legend was wrong. The figure wasn't in the mirror. It was behind the car. A tall, broad shape, utterly black, standing silhouetted against the distant, graffitied entrance. It was just a man-shaped void, but it was unmistakably there. Ben, I said, my voice tight. Don't move. There's someone behind the car. The weeping sound was changing, the sorrow curdling into something else. Something furious. It began to rise in pitch, twisting from a sob into a guttural, rage-filled shriek that clawed at our ears. Start the car. Ben hissed, his eyes wide with terror in the flickering light. Alex, start the car now. My hand was already on the ignition key. I turned it. Nothing. I turned it again. The only sound was a dead, metallic click. The engine wouldn't even try to turn over. The shriek grew louder, more unhinged, echoing in the confined space until it felt like the concrete itself was screaming. In the rearview mirror, in the next strobe, like flash of the dome light, I saw the dark shape take a step toward us. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It bypasses thought and reason, sinking its icy hooks directly into the primal core of your brain. In that strobing, screaming darkness, my professional detachment shattered into a million pieces. My hand, slick with sweat, twisted the key again and again. Click, click. The sound was pathetic, a tiny, futile noise swallowed by the all-consuming shriek that vibrated through the very frame of the SUV. It was a sound of pure, metaphysical rage, the sound of a soul being torn apart for eternity, and it was directed entirely at us. "It's not working!" I yelled, my voice cracking. "It's right there!" Ben screamed, his face a mask of pure terror in the flashes of the dying dome light. He had recoiled from the passenger window, pressing himself against the center console, as if he could somehow melt through it. His eyes were locked on the rearview mirror, and what he saw there was fueling a terror I had never witnessed in him before. I risked a glance. Another flash of light. The dark shape was no longer just a step away. It was closer, its form more defined, though it still lacked features. It was a silhouette carved from a deeper, more absolute black than the tunnel itself. It had broad shoulders and a height that seemed unnatural, filling the space behind us. And it was raising an arm. The shriek reached an impossible crescendo. The windows of the SUV began to vibrate violently, a low, resonant hum that I could feel in my teeth. I was convinced the glass was about to explode inward. This is it, I thought. This is how it ends. Not in some noble pursuit of knowledge, but in a damp, concrete tube in the middle of nowhere, torn apart by something that shouldn't exist. I braced for the impact, for the shattering glass, for the touch of that profound cold. And then, the engine roared to life. It didn't sputter or cough. It exploded into a full, throated, deafening roar, as if the ignition had been bypassed, and the engine shocked into existence. The headlights blazed on, cutting a brilliant white path through the oppressive black, illuminating the far end of the tunnel. For a split second, the shriek was drowned out by the sheer mechanical violence of our escape. I didn't need to be told twice. My foot slammed down on the accelerator. The tires screamed against the wet concrete, struggling for purchase before finding it. The SUV lurched forward with a force that threw us back against our seats. The tunnel walls became a gray blur. The rhythmic plink of dripping water became a frantic, percussive drumming on the roof. "Don't look back!" Ben yelled, his voice tight with panic. "Just drive, Alex! Go, go, go!" I didn't need the warning. My eyes were fixed on the square of light at the end of the tunnel, the exit that was our salvation. Looking in the mirror was the last thing on my mind. The image of that featureless, approaching shape was already burned onto the inside of my eyelids. We shot out of the tunnel's mouth like a cannonball, bursting from the suffocating concrete womb back into the cool, humid air of the Appalachian night. The sudden transition from the roaring echo to the relative quiet of the forest was jarring. I didn't slow down. I wrenched the wheel, swinging the SUV onto the narrow asphalt road, gravel spitting from under our tires. The winding road that had seemed so claustrophobic on the way in now felt like an open highway. I pushed the vehicle, taking the turns faster than I should have, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The only sound was the protesting engine and Ben's ragged, gasping breaths beside me. We drove in terrified silence for what felt like an hour, though the dashboard clock later told me it was less than 15 minutes. Every shadow cast by the headlights seemed to take on a menacing form. Every rustle in the trees sounded like a footstep. The profound, watchful silence of the mountains no longer felt indifferent. It felt hungry. It felt like we had stirred a nest, and the swarm was chasing us. Finally, a pinprick of artificial orange light appeared through the trees. A street light. Then another. The blessed sight of a paved, two-lane highway. I guided the SUV onto the smooth asphalt, and only then did I allow my foot to ease off the accelerator. We were back in the world of the living. I pulled into the first pool of light we found. A deserted 24-hour gas station. Its fluorescent lights humming and casting a sterile, safe glow over the cracked pavement. I shifted the car into park and killed the engine, this time with a sense of profound relief. I slumped forward, my forehead resting against the steering wheel, my body trembling with the adrenaline crash. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and the hum of the station's lights. "Did you see it?" Ben finally whispered. His voice was a raw, broken thing. When we drove away, I looked back. I couldn't help it. I lifted my head and turned to him. His face was pale, his eyes wide and unfocused. The pragmatist, the skeptic, was gone. In his place was a man who had looked into the abyss and seen it look back. "What did you see, Ben?" I asked softly. It wasn't a man, he stammered, shaking his head. When the headlights hit it, it wasn't there. The figure was gone. But the woman, Alex, she was standing at the entrance. Just standing there. She wasn't weeping anymore. She was just watching us leave. He shuddered, wrapping his arms around himself. Her face, there was nothing there. Just smooth skin. No eyes. No nose, no mouth. Just a face with nothing on it. A new wave of cold washed over me. Colder than anything I'd felt in the tunnel. The legend spoke of Mr. Sensabaugh, of a baby's cry. But we had heard a woman's grief, a woman's rage. We had seen a man's shape, but Ben had seen a woman's form. The legend was a distorted echo of a more complex and horrifying truth. "We need to check the gear," I said, my voice more steady than I felt. "We need to see what we captured." It took us another hour to muster the courage to even touch the equipment in the back. We drove to our motel, a cheap, anonymous place on the outskirts of Kingsport, and carried the cases into our room, locking the deadbolt and sliding the chain into place, as if that could offer any real protection. We laid the cameras and audio recorders out on the cheap floral bedspread. This was our ritual, the part of the investigation where we transitioned from field work to analysis, where fear was supposed to give way to methodical inquiry. Tonight, the fear refused to leave. First, the static cameras from the entrances. We huddled over Ben's laptop as he plugged in the first memory card. The footage showed the tunnel entrance, bathed in the eerie green of the night vision. We watched ourselves set up, get in the car, and drive in. Then nothing. Just the empty, silent entrance. We fast-forwarded. Nothing moved. The entire time we were inside, the entrance remained still and empty. No dark figure, no faceless woman. "It's impossible," Ben breathed. I saw her. She was standing right there. "The camera doesn't lie," I said, though the words felt hollow. Maybe it was a trick of the light, an illusion. "Don't you dare," Ben snapped, his voice sharp. Don't you dare try to rationalize this, Alex. Not after that. We both know what we experienced. He was right. To deny it now would be a greater madness. We checked the second camera. The same result. An empty tunnel. It was as if the entities within the tunnel existed in a layer of reality just adjacent to our own, perceptible to our senses but invisible to our technology. Then, the audio. This, I knew, would be different. The sound had been too real, too physical. Ben plugged the primary recorder into his laptop and pulled on his noise, canceling headphones. I watched his face as he queued up the file. I saw his eyes widen, saw the color drain from his cheeks. Without a word, he passed the headphones to me. I put them on. At first, there was just my voice, asking our pointless, polite questions, followed by the oppressive silence. Then the weeping began, even through the headphones. It was a sound of profound sorrow that made my chest ache. Then came the change. The sorrow curdled into rage, and the shriek erupted. It was 1,000 times worse than I remembered. It was a raw, digital recording of pure hatred, so intense it felt like a physical assault. I ripped the headphones off, my ears ringing. "It's there," I said, my voice hoarse. "It's all there." "There's more," Ben said, his hands trembling as he worked the laptop's trackpad. I'm isolating the frequency of the shriek, running it through a filter to see if there's anything underneath it. He worked for several minutes, his face a mask of intense concentration. The only sound in the room was the clicking of his keyboard. Finally, he stopped. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a new, deeper kind of fear. "The legend says you hear a baby cry," he said quietly. "We heard a woman, but listen to this. Listen to what was under her scream." He played the file again. This time, it wasn't the shriek. It was a filtered, heavily distorted sound, a whisper buried deep in the audio mix. It was faint, guttural, and inhuman. But it was also undeniably clear. It was a single word, spoken in a voice that was ancient and full of malice. And the word it spoke was my name. Alex. The single word hung in the stale air of the motel room, a poisoned dart that found its mark in the deepest part of my soul. Alex. It wasn't just a sound, it was an infection. A claim. In all my years of investigating, I had maintained a professional barrier, a psychological wall between myself and the phenomena I studied. I was the observer, the chronicler. But that one word, spoken in a voice that felt, scraped from the bedrock of the mountain itself, had demolished that wall. I was no longer an observer. I was the subject. Ben stared at me, his face a canvas of dawning horror. The last vestiges of his skepticism had been burned away, replaced by a raw animal fear. "It knows you," he whispered, the words barely audible. "Alex, it knows your name." I couldn't breathe. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The motel room, which had seemed like a sanctuary just moments before, now felt like a cage. The thin walls, the cheap art, the buzzing fluorescent light in the bathroom. None of it felt real. The only reality was that guttural whisper, and the suffocating darkness of the tunnel that had followed us here. "Shut it off," I managed to say, my voice a stranger's. "Turn it all off." Ben fumbled with the laptop. his hands shaking so violently he could barely control the trackpad. He slammed the lid shut, plunging the room into a dimmer, more intimate gloom lit only by a single bedside lamp. We sat in silence, two men adrift in a sea of terror. The silence was worse than the scream. In the silence, my mind replayed the word over and over. Alex. Alex. This has never happened before, Ben said, his voice trembling. EVP, EMF spikes, cold spots. That's all data. It's impersonal. This is a conversation. It singled you out. Why? I asked, looking around the room as if the answer might be written on the peeling wallpaper. Why me? I was just the driver. I said my name. That's all. Maybe that's all it needed, Ben murmured, his eyes darting towards the window, towards the impenetrable darkness outside. An invitation. A new, chilling thought began to form in my mind. The legend was a lie, a distortion. It wasn't about Mr. Sensabaugh or a lost child. That was the story people told, a simple, digestible horror to mask a more complex and ancient malignancy. The figures we saw, the sounds we heard, they were components of a trap. The disabled car, the sound of distress, the menacing figure. It was all a performance, designed to hold you in place, to make you vulnerable, to get you to speak your name. And I had walked right into it. Sleep was an impossibility. Every creak of the old motel, every passing car on the highway, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt watched. The feeling was so intense, so palpable, that I found myself staring into the dark corners of the room, expecting to see that featureless face from Ben's description materialize from the shadows. Ben had dragged a chair to block the door, a futile gesture that spoke volumes about his state of mind. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at nothing, a man hollowed out by fear. "We have to leave," he said suddenly, his voice flat. "Now, pack the gear, get in the car and drive. We don't stop until we see the sun." "And go where, Ben?" I asked, my own fear giving way to a cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. It knows my name. Do you think a few 100 miles will matter to something that can stop a car and scream from the ether? It's not attached to the tunnel. It's attached to me. The truth of my words settled between us, heavy and suffocating. We hadn't just observed a haunting, we had contracted it. As the first, faint gray light of dawn began to seep through the thin curtains, a desperate idea took hold. If the legend was a lie, then the truth had to be buried somewhere. "We're not leaving," I said, my voice filled with a resolve I didn't feel. "We're going to the library, the county historical archives, whatever we can find. We fought this thing on its terms. Now we fight it on ours." Ben looked at me as if I were insane, but a tiny spark of his old self, the methodical researcher, flickered in his eyes. He nodded slowly. "Okay, research. I can do research." The Kingsport Public Library was a quiet, orderly place, a world away from the primal chaos of the night before. The smell of old paper and floor wax was calming. We spent hours poring over microfilm, digital archives, and dusty county records. We searched for any mention of the tunnel, of the Sensabaugh name, of any unusual deaths or disappearances in that specific area. We found records of the tunnel's construction, in the 1920s. We found a dozen different versions of the ghost story in local folklore collections. We found nothing about a Sensabaugh family murder. The foundation of the legend was sand. It was Ben who found it, tucked away in a digitized newspaper from 1898, long before the tunnel existed. The headline was small, the language archaic. Local woman, suspected of witchery, vanishes near Kegel's Ridge. My blood ran cold. Kegel's Ridge was the name of the hill. The Sensabaugh tunnel had been bored through. We read the article with trembling hands. It told the story of a woman named Alara, a recluse who lived in a small cabin on the ridge. She was a healer, an herbalist, but the local populace feared her. They whispered of dark rituals, of pacts made with things that lived in the deep woods. When a child in the nearby settlement fell gravely ill and died, the blame fell on her. A mob formed. They marched to her cabin with torches and righteous fury, but they found it empty. Alara was gone. The article ended with a chilling sentence. Though her body was never found, the townsfolk say, her hateful spirit still clings to the ridge, jealously guarding it, and cursing any who trespass with her name upon their lips. It all clicked into place. The woman's shriek, the faceless visage, the rage. It was never Mr. Sensabaugh. It was Alara. The legend had been twisted over time, sanitized into a more palatable ghost story. The core of it, the most important part, had been forgotten, cursing any who trespass with her name upon their lips. We hadn't just spoken our names. We had offered them. A wave of nausea washed over me. I looked at Ben, and he looked at me. We didn't need to say it. We both knew what we had to do. We couldn't run. We had to go back. The drive back to the tunnel that evening was a journey into the heart of madness. The sun was setting, painting the Appalachian sky in fiery strokes of orange and red. It was beautiful, but it offered no comfort. We weren't investigators anymore. We were exorcists, armed not with faith, but with a terrible, desperate knowledge. We didn't take the gear. We parked the car 100 yards from the entrance, leaving the engine running, the headlights cutting into the encroaching gloom. We got out and stood before that black, gaping mouth. The air was cold, still, and pregnant with malice. "What's the plan?" Ben asked, his voice a whisper. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe just taking the invitation back, telling her she's not welcome." It sounded insane, but it was all I had. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, my feet crunching on the gravel. I stood at the very edge of the threshold, the point where the world of the living met the world of the dead. I could feel her presence, a pressure in the air, a profound and ancient hatred focused entirely on me. "Lara," I shouted, my voice echoing in the sudden silence. "We know your name!" "This is your land, your place. We trespassed. We are leaving now. But you are not coming with us. My name is my own. You have no claim on me." For a moment there was nothing. Just the hum of our car's engine and the frantic beating of my heart. Then, from the depths of the tunnel, a sound began. It wasn't the shriek from before. It was a low, guttural laugh. It was a sound of pure amusement, of ancient power, that saw my defiance as nothing more than the squeak of a mouse before a serpent. And then, the car engine died. The headlights went out. We were plunged into absolute darkness and a silence that was complete. The laughter stopped. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, and a voice, no longer a filtered whisper on a recording, but clear as a bell right beside my ear, spoke a final, chilling word. Mine. My name is Special Agent Maria Flores, and I am a K-9 handler for the state's Search and Rescue Division. That's the official title they print on my business cards and the one I use when I have to testify in court. But in the field, among the tight-knit community of Rangers, deputies, and volunteers who calm the unforgiving wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains, I'm just Maria, and the 110-pound German shepherd is currently asleep with his head on my boot as bare. He's not just my partner. He's an extension of my own senses, a finely tuned instrument of discovery with a sense of smell so acute it can feel like magic. He is, without exaggeration, the best cadaver dog in the state of Tennessee. We find the lost. More often than not, we find the dead. Our work is a grim science, a process of elimination and dogged persistence. We deal in tragedy, but it's a tragedy that follows rules. People get disoriented. They fall. They succumb to the elements. They encounter wildlife. There is always a reason, a chain of events, a physical trail of evidence that, with enough time and effort, can be pieced together. We find footprints, broken branches, a discarded piece of equipment. Bear finds a scent cone, a whisper of human decomposition on the breeze, and follows it to its source. Every search, no matter how desperate, is grounded in a grim, unwavering logic. Until the Liam Turner case. The call came on a Tuesday morning in late October. Liam was a 20-year-old college student from the University of Tennessee, an avid hiker and photographer. He and two friends had driven up to Klingman's Dome to catch the sunrise and the spectacular autumn colors. The air at that altitude, over 600 feet, was already sharp with the promise of winter, and the mountains were ablaze in a riot of crimson, gold, and orange. According to his friends, Liam had wandered off the main paved path to the observation tower, wanting to get a more natural shot of the sweeping vistas. They'd called out to him. He'd waved back from about 50 yards away, and then disappeared behind a thick stand of Fraser firs. They waited. 10 minutes turned into 30. 30 minutes turned into an hour of frantic calling and searching. By the time they hiked back to the parking lot to get a signal and call 911, he had been missing for nearly 2 hours. By the time Bear and I were deployed, the search was already in its third day. It had become a massive operation, coordinated by the National Park Service. Grid searches had been conducted in expanding circles from Liam's last known point. Helicopters had scarred the landscape from above, their rotors beating a hopeful rhythm against the vast, indifferent silence of the Great Smoky Mountains. Nothing. Not a single sign. The command post was a chaotic hub of activity in the sprawling Klingman's Dome parking lot. Maps were spread across the hoods of trucks. Radios crackled with clipped professional voices reporting negative contact, and the weary faces of volunteers told a story of dwindling hope. The lead ranger, a man named Henderson with a face like a roadmap of the park itself, gave me the briefing. "It makes no sense, Maria," he said, rubbing his tired eyes. The kid was right there. A stone's throw from the most popular spot in the entire park. He wasn't equipped for an overnight, just a light jacket, jeans, and hiking boots. No food, minimal water. But the thing is, we haven't found a single track. Not one. That was the part that defied all logic. The ground, softened by recent rains, should have been a perfect canvas for footprints. Yet, the area where Liam was last seen was pristine. It was as if he had been plucked from the air. The official theory was that he had somehow managed to stumble onto one of the many unofficial game trails, become disoriented in the dense, disorienting forest, and was now far from the initial search area. It was a logical assumption, the only one they had, but it felt thin. Bear and I started at the point of last contact. He's not a tracking dog in the traditional sense. He's an air scent dog, trained to detect the specific volatile organic compounds released by human decomposition. In a case this recent, it was a long shot, but sometimes a subject perishes quickly from a fall or sudden medical event. I let him work, casting back and forth, his nose twitching, reading the complex story written on the air currents. We spent hours crisscrossing the area, moving further and further from the paved path, delving into the deep, moss-covered woods where the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. The forest here has a weight to it. The trees are ancient, and the ground is a thick carpet of decaying leaves and pine needles that muffles all sound. It's easy to get turned around, to feel like you're the only person left in the world. But for a search area, it was eerily clean. No granola bar wrappers, no footprints, no sign that a 180-pound young man had passed through. By the end of the fourth day, the operation was being scaled back. The volunteers were sent home, the helicopters were grounded, and the official search status was shifted to a limited, continuous patrol. It's a polite way of saying they were now looking for a body, not a survivor. For Bear and me, this was when our real work often began. Henderson gave us the go, ahead for one final, wide sweep of the initial area. A last pass. "Maria," he'd said, his voice heavy with resignation. Just to be sure we didn't miss anything obvious. We started early the next morning. The air was cold and damp, and a thick fog clung to the mountains, reducing visibility to less than 100 feet. It was the kind of fog that swallows sound and plays tricks on the eyes. Bear was all business, working in his usual focused silence. We were about 100 yards from the parking lot in a section of woods bordering a steep, rocky incline that dropped off into a ravine. It was an area they had searched at least a dozen times. I was about to call him back, to move on to the next sector, when his entire demeanor changed. His head snapped up. His ears went flat. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a sound I rarely heard from him unless he was facing a direct threat. He wasn't signaling a find. This was something else. This was agitation, confusion. He took a few stiff, legged steps forward. His nose pointed not to the ground, but towards a sheer rock face that rose up from the forest floor. A solid wall of granite and moss 50 feet high. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, unclipping the safety on my sidearm. My own senses suddenly on high alert. Bear ignored me. He trotted to the base of the cliff and began to bark. It wasn't his sharp, declarative, alert bark. This was a frantic, almost hysterical sound, full of a desperate urgency that sent a chill down my spine. He was clawing at the base of the rock, whining, then barking again, looking from the cliff face back to me, with wide, wild eyes. "Easy, Bear. Show me," I said, my voice calm, but my heart was hammering against my ribs. I thought he'd found something wedged in a crevice. A piece of clothing, or worse. I knelt down, running my gloved hand over the damp rock and moss, finding nothing. The air was clean, no scent of decay. I clicked on my high-powered flashlight, its beam cutting a sharp cone through the fog. I scanned the base of the cliff, then followed Bear's frantic gaze upward. And then I saw them. My breath caught in my throat. My mind simply refused to process what my eyes were seeing. About 10 feet up the vertical rock wall, pressed into the thick green moss that clung to the stone, was a footprint. It was a perfect impression of a hiking boot's sole. The tread pattern clear as day in the beam of my flashlight. I took a stumbling step back, my light trembling. It had to be a trick of the light, a strange pattern in the moss. But as I moved the beam, another one appeared a few feet above the first, and another above that. A perfect, impossible set of footprints, heading straight up the sheer, vertical face of the cliff. They were spaced like rungs on a ladder, each one perfectly formed, pressed into the moss with what must have been incredible force. They looked as if a man had simply walked up the wall, defying gravity itself. I stood there, frozen, the fog swirling around me, Bear's frantic barking the only sound in the world. I followed the trail of impossible footprints with my light, up the rock face. They went up about 25 or 30 feet, a clear and undeniable path. And then they just stopped. Halfway up the cliff, they vanished. There was no ledge, no cave opening, no handholds, nothing. Just a clear set of prints ascending a vertical wall, leading to a blank expanse of wet, mossy stone. It was as if the person who made them had walked halfway up the cliff and had simply been erased from existence. For a long moment, the world ceased to exist outside the beam of my flashlight and Bear's frantic barking. My training, my years of experience, every rational instinct I possessed was screaming that this was impossible. I knelt, forcing myself to breathe, to think. Prank. That was the first logical thought. Some elaborate, cruel joke. But who would do this? And how? I got Bear quieted with a firm command, his body still trembling with a low whine, as he pressed against my leg, refusing to look at the cliff face. I took out my phone, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to unlock it. I started taking pictures, dozens of them, from every conceivable angle, using the flash to illuminate the scene, praying the images would capture the sheer absurdity of it all. My radio crackled to life. Floors, what's your 20? Over. It was Henderson. I raised the radio to my lips, but no words came out. How do you report the impossible? Command, this is Floors. I finally managed my voice hoarse. I have something here. You need to see this. Off the main trail. About 100 yards east of the tower path, near the rock face. What is it, Maria? Did you find him? The hope in his voice was a physical weight. Negative. It's tracks. But they're not on the ground. The silence on the other end was deafening. Just get here, Henderson. And bring your best climber. It took them 20 minutes to reach my position. Henderson arrived first, followed by 2 younger rangers, their faces a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. When I pointed my flashlight up the cliff, the chatter stopped. They just stared, their mouths slightly agape. Sweet Mother of God, Henderson whispered, taking a step closer. What am I looking at? Footprints, I said, the word sounding inadequate, ridiculous. They go up about 30 feet and then stop. One of the younger rangers, a kid named Peters, scoffed. It's a prank. Gotta be. Someone rappelled down and stamped them on their way. Look closer. Peters, Henderson said, his voice sharp. He had his own high, powered light now, and he was examining the prints with an intensity that bordered on reverence. There are no rope marks. The moss isn't torn or scraped, it's compressed. Perfectly. Like someone just stepped on it. Our climbing specialist, a wiry man named Dave, arrived shortly after. He spent the next hour examining the rock face. He rappelled from the top, inspecting every inch of the stone around the footprints. His conclusion was blunt and unsettling. There's nothing, he said, coiling his rope on the ground. No hidden handholds, no python marks, no chalk residue. The rock is sheer and slick with moisture. To climb this section would be world-class, nigh on impossible. To do it in hiking boots, without leaving a single other mark, it's not possible. And there's absolutely no explanation for how the tracks just end. It's like he flew off the rock. The next few hours were a blur of official procedure, clashing with utter bewilderment. We cordoned off the area. We took casts of the footprints in the moss, a delicate and bizarre process. We compared the tread pattern to the photos of Lamb, Turner's boots his friends had provided. It was a perfect match. The forensics team arrived, and their findings only deepened the mystery. The pressure indentations were consistent with the weight of a 180-pound man. There were microscopic fibers in the prints that matched the material of his jeans. This wasn't a hoax. These were Liam Turner's footprints. The news rippled through the command post like a shockwave. The official investigation stalled, paralyzed by a piece of evidence that defied every law of physics. The search was quietly, unofficially, called off. What were they even looking for anymore? That's when the stories started. The hushed conversations around the coffee pot. The late night whispers over the radio. The older rangers, men who had spent their entire lives in these mountains, started talking. They spoke of the Cherokee legends of the Sul, Kalu, the slant-eyed giant who could walk up walls and steal people away into his domain within the mountains. They talked about other disappearances, cases from decades ago that were just as strange, just as inexplicable. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park is one of the most visited parks in the country, but it also has one of the highest numbers of missing persons cases. Most are explained. Some, they said, are not. I'm a scientist, a pragmatist. I believe in evidence, in cause and effect. I dismissed the stories as campfire tales, the product of tired minds trying to make sense of the nonsensical. But the image of those footprints was burned into my memory. I saw them when I closed my eyes. I dreamed of a young man walking calmly up a vertical wall of stone, the fog swirling around him, before he simply dissolved into the rock. The Liam Turner case was officially moved to inactive pending new evidence. The file sits on my desk, a thick manila folder full of reports, photographs, and maps, all of it circling a single, impossible fact. To the world, Liam Turner vanished without a trace. But I know that's not true. He left a trace. He left a message that I can't decipher, a question I can't answer. The mountains hold the secret, I'm sure of it. They watched him walk into the stone, and they've been watching me ever since. And I can't shake the feeling that they're waiting for me to follow. The case file became my obsession. The logic that governed my entire career had been shattered, and I found myself unable to rebuild it. I spent my nights digging through the park's digital archives, searching for patterns, for anything that resembled the Liam Turner case. I cross-referenced missing persons reports going back 70 years with geological surveys and old topographical maps. Most were dead ends, tragedies with mundane explanations, but a few stood out. 1958. A botanist vanishes from the same ridge. His journal found with a final, panicked entry about path that isn't there. 1982. A young woman disappears while birdwatching. Her binoculars were found at the base of a cliff, perfectly intact. No body was ever recovered in either case. My search led me away from official reports and into the realm of folklore. I drove to Cherokee, North Carolina, and spoke with a tribal elder, a woman named Elora, whose grandfather had been a park guide in the early days. I showed her a photograph of the footprints on the cliff. She didn't seem surprised. She looked at the picture for a long time, her dark eyes filled with a sadness that felt ancient. "This is not the work of Sol Kalu," she said, her voice soft as falling leaves. "The old stories are misunderstood by outsiders. He is a guardian, a keeper of the high places. He does not steal. He invites." "Invites?" I asked. "The mountains are older than your science, Agent Flores. They have places that are not on your maps. Places that are thin. Sometimes a person who is listening can hear the invitation. They are offered a choice, to step off the path you know and onto another. And what happens to them?" I pressed. Elora looked out the window towards the hazy blue peaks. "They are changed. The mountains show them things. Truths. Some never come back. Some do. But they are never the same. They no longer belong to your world. They belong to the trail." Her words were meant to be cryptic, perhaps even comforting in their own way, but they chilled me to the bone. The idea of a choice, of Liam willingly walking up that cliff, was somehow more terrifying than any monster. Winter came to the high country, burying the mountains under a thick blanket of snow and ice. Klingman's dumb road was closed for the season. The case was cold, forgotten by everyone but me. Bear could sense my obsession. He would whine softly when he saw me with the file, nudging my hand with his wet nose as if to pull me back from the edge. Still refused to go anywhere near that part of the park, even on our training runs. One night in late January, during a heavy snowstorm, I couldn't take it anymore. The elder's words echoed in my mind. A person who is listening. I felt like I had been listening for months. I needed to go back. I needed to stand where it happened, to see it without the chaos of the investigation. I told myself it was to get closure, but I knew it was something more. It was a compulsion. I left Bear at home, his sad eyes following me as I gathered my winter gear. I drove my truck as far as I could up the closed road, then hiked the remaining miles. The world was silent, white, and beautiful. The snow was falling so heavily that I could barely see 10 feet ahead. It felt like walking in a dream. When I finally reached the clearing, the cliff was transformed. The cliff face was glazed with ice, glittering under the beam of my headlamp. The moss was hidden, the impossible footprints long gone, sealed beneath the winter shell. A profound sense of anticlimax washed over me. It was just a rock face. I had been a fool, chasing ghosts. I stood there for a long time, the snow piling up on my shoulders, my breath pluming in the frigid air. The silence was absolute, and then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic crunch, a sound of footsteps in the snow. My blood ran cold. I drew my weapon, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the silence. Who's there? I called out, my voice swallowed by the snow. The footsteps stopped. I swept my headlamp across the trees, but saw nothing but the swirling white curtain of the storm. I was about to dismiss it as my imagination, a branch falling under the weight of the snow, when my light caught something at the base of the cliff. It was a footprint, a single, perfect impression of a hiking boot in the fresh snow. It was pointed away from the cliff, leading into the dark woods. The tread pattern was instantly, horribly familiar. It was Liam Turner's boot. My hand trembled, the beam of my light shaking. I forced myself to look up, tracing the path from the footprint back to the cliff face. And there, on the icy surface of the rock, was a new trail. It wasn't pressed into moss, but seemed to be etched into the ice itself, faint and ethereal. A set of footprints, coming down the vertical wall, ending at the exact spot where the single track began in the snow. He hadn't vanished into the stone. He had been returned. I stood frozen, staring at that single footprint leading away from me. It was an invitation, a new trail, starting where the old one had ended. The elder's words came back to me. They belonged to the trail now. I understood. Then that I wasn't searching for a missing person anymore. I was at the beginning of a hunt for something that had once been Liam Turner. Something that had walked out of the heart of mountain and was now wandering in the snow. And as I stared into the darkness where the track disappeared, a single, terrifying question echoed in the silence of my mind. What happens when the trail you're following doesn't want to be found, but the thing that made it wants to find you. My name is Ben Carter, and I chase ghosts. Not the spectral chain, rattling kind that haunt dilapidated manors, but ghosts of a different sort. I'm a photographer, and my specialty is capturing landscapes of environmental decay. I find a strange, melancholic beauty in the skeletal remains of forests, decimated by blight in the rust, colored rivers poisoned by industrial runoff, and in the crumbling infrastructure of towns, abandoned to the relentless creep of nature. My portfolio is a testament to what we've lost, a collection of morbid eulogies printed on glossy paper. It's a niche market, but it pays the bills and, more importantly, it satisfies a certain part of my soul that finds solace in the solemn and the decaying. My latest project, the one I'd been planning for months, brought me to the highest peak east of the Mississippi River, Mount Mitchell, North Carolina. The drive itself was a gradual ascent into another world. The lush, vibrant greens of the lower elevations slowly gave way to the darker, more somber tones of the high-altitude forests. My destination was a place known locally and among photographers as the Ghost Forest. It's a vast expanse near the summit where the majestic Fraser firs, once the kings of this mountain, now stand as a silent, silver-gray army of the dead. Acid rain and the invasive balsam woolly adelgid, a tiny insect with a voracious appetite, had conspired decades ago to wipe them out, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful graveyard of trees. I checked in at the park's ranger station at the base of the mountain. A friendly, weathered ranger with a name tag that read Harris gave me a map and the usual warnings about the unpredictable weather. Goes from sunny to a full-blown storm in 20 minutes up there, he said, tapping a thick finger on the summit. You an experienced hiker? Reasonably, I replied, hoisting my heavy camera pack to prove the point. I'm here for the firs. The dead ones. Harris's friendly demeanor flickered for just a second, replaced by a look I couldn't quite decipher. It wasn't pity, or not just pity. It was something older, more wary. The Ghost Forest. Gets a lot of photographers. Just be careful where you step. The ground can be unstable around the roots. He paused, then gestured to a corkboard behind him, cluttered with pamphlets and notices. Pinned right in the center was a flyer with the smiling face of a young woman, her name printed in bold letters, Emile Chiang. Below it, the word Messengi. She was a hiker. Harris said, his voice low, anticipating my question. Went up 2 weeks ago. Her car is still in the visitor lot. We've searched everywhere. It's like the mountain just swallowed her. He shook his head, a gesture of both frustration and resignation. Just stick to the main trails, Mr. Carter, especially near dusk. I thanked him for the advice. The image of the smiling woman uncomfortably lodged in my mind. It was a common enough tragedy in national parks, a stark reminder of the wilderness's indifference to human life. But as I drove the final, winding miles to the summit parking area, I couldn't shake the ranger's words. Like the mountain just swallowed her. The air at the summit was thin and cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I pulled on a heavier jacket and began the short hike to the observation deck. The view was breathtaking. Ridge after rolling ridge of the Blue Ridge. Mountains faded into a hazy, purple-blue infinity. But I turned my back on the panoramic vista. The living beauty wasn't what I was here for. I was here for the dead. I left the paved path. my boots crunching on gravel and pine needles as I ventured towards the ghost forest. The transition was abrupt. One moment I was in a world of green, living spruce and fir. The next, I was standing at the edge of an ashen barnyard. The silence was the first thing that struck me. It was a deep, profound silence that the living forest, with its birdsong and rustling leaves, could never possess. Here, the wind didn't rustle, it hissed, weaving through the naked, interlocking branches like a mournful sigh. The Fraser firs stood like skeletal sentinels, their bark long since peeled away to reveal smooth, pale wood that gleamed with an eerie, bone, white luminescence in the afternoon light. Their branches, twisted and gnarled, reached for the sky like the arthritic fingers of the dying. It was a scene of utter desolation, yet it was exactly what I had come for. It was morbidly, tragically beautiful. I spent the next couple of hours completely absorbed in my work. I moved through the skeletal woods, my camera a third eye, searching for the perfect composition. I framed shots of the gnarled wood against the deep blue sky, used a wide angle lens to capture the sheer scale of the arboreal graveyard, and switched to my macro lens to photograph the intricate patterns of decay on the wood, where moss and fungi had begun their slow, patient reclamation. The world narrowed to my viewfinder. The missing hiker, the ranger's warning, it all faded away, replaced by the technical precision of aperture, shutter speed, and focus. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and pink. This was the golden hour, the moment I'd been waiting for. The low, warm light would make the pale wood of the firs glow, creating a truly ethereal scene. I found a promising spot on a ridge that overlooked a particularly dense section of the dead forest. I set up my tripod, mounting my camera with the heavy telephoto lens. I wanted to compress the perspective, to make the distant, skeletal trees feel claustrophobically close. I scanned the ridge through the lens, adjusting the focus. The magnification was powerful, bringing the faraway trees into sharp, intimate detail. I could see every crack, every splintered branch. I was slowly panning across the silent, wooden skeletons when I stopped. Something was wrong. One of the trees, far down the ridge, was moving. I pulled my eye away from the viewfinder, blinking. The forest was perfectly still. The wind had died down completely. There was no breeze to explain what I thought I'd seen. I looked back through the lens, my heart starting a slow, heavy drum against my ribs. I centered the viewfinder on the same tree. It was a tall, stark, white fir, its top snapped off, leaving a jagged point aimed at the sky. As I watched, a lower branch, thick as a man's arm, bent downwards. It didn't sway or tremble. It bent smoothly and deliberately, with a horrifyingly organic quality, like a jointed limb, like an elbow. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. It had to be a trick of the light, an optical illusion caused by the heat shimmering off the rocks, or maybe my own fatigue. I kept watching, my breath held tight in my chest, refusing to believe it. Then, a neighboring tree, another pale skeleton, moved. One of its upper branches curled inwards, scraping against its own trunk with a faint, dry scratching sound that I couldn't possibly be hearing from this distance, yet somehow did. Then another moved, and another. It wasn't random. It was a slow, coordinated awakening. All across the distant ridge, the dead firs were stirring. They were contorting themselves into strange, unnatural shapes, their bone, white limbs bending and twisting in ways that defied the nature of wood. They looked like giant, skeletal figures, misshapen and grotesque, slowly unfurling from a long, deep sleep. The graceful, morbid beauty of the forest had vanished, replaced by a creeping, animated horror. The branches were no longer branches, they were limbs. The trunks were no longer trunks, they were torsos, writhing in silent agony or ecstasy. I felt a primal fear, a complete rejection of what my eyes were seeing. This wasn't possible. Trees didn't move like this. Dead trees certainly didn't. I fumbled with my camera, my fingers suddenly clumsy and numb, and managed to snap a few pictures, the loud clack of the shutter sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I didn't check the images. I didn't dare. The sun touched the horizon, and the last vestiges of its warm light were being swallowed by the mountains. The shadows in the ghost forest deepened, turning from gray to an inky, bottomless black. The contorting figures on the ridge were becoming silhouettes, a legion of writhing stick, men dancing against the dying light. I didn't stay for the sunset. I ripped my camera from the tripod, collapsed the legs with frantic, jerky movements, and shoved everything into my pack. I didn't look back. I scrambled away from the ridge, my professional detachment shattered, leaving only the raw, animal instinct to flee. Every rustle of my own jacket, every snap of a twig under my boots, sounded like one of those skeletal limbs reaching for me in the growing darkness. The ranger's words echoed in my head, no longer a sad anecdote, but a chilling personal threat. Like the mountain just swallowed her. The drive down the mountain was a blur of terror. My knuckles were as white as the trees I was fleeing, my hands locked onto the steering wheel. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those skeletal figures loping down the asphalt behind me. Every curve in the road hid a new potential horror. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unnatural life. By the time I reached the main highway, my heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I didn't stop driving until I saw the fluorescent glow of a cheap motel sign, its buzzing light a beacon of fragile civilization in the vast, dark wilderness of the Appalachians. I stumbled into the room, the scent of stale cigarette smoke and industrial cleaner a welcome assault on my senses. It was real. It was mundane. It was safe. I locked the deadbolt, slid the chain across, and leaned against the door, my body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. My mind was a chaotic whirlwind of denial and visceral fear. It was a hallucination, altitude sickness, a waking nightmare brought on by the ranger's story and the eerie landscape. It had to be. There was no other rational explanation. For an hour, I just sat on the edge of the lumpy bed, staring at the peeling paint on the wall, trying to force my breathing back to normal. The logical part of my brain, the part that understood f-stops and focal lengths, battled against the primal terror that screamed I had witnessed something ancient and impossible. I needed proof. I needed to know if I was losing my mind. My camera bag sat on the floor, looking like a piece of alien technology I was afraid to touch. It held the answer. With trembling hands, I unzipped it and pulled out my laptop and the camera. I inserted the memory card, the small plastic rectangle feeling impossibly heavy, a vessel of potential madness. The photos loaded onto the screen, a series of thumbnails. First, the beautiful static shots from earlier in the day, the gnarled wood, the vast, silent panoramas. They were exactly as I remembered, haunting and still. My heart rate began to slow. It was a dream. It was all in my head. Then I got to the last few images, the ones I took in a blind panic. I clicked on the first one. The image filled the screen, and the air left my lungs in a painful rush. It was blurry, the result of my shaking hands, but it was undeniable. Against the vibrant sunset, a distant, bone-white tree was bent at an impossible angle. Its lower branch was not just swaying, it was folded sharply like a broken limb. I zoomed in, my face inches from the screen. The pixels dissolved into a grainy mess, but the shape was still there, a clear violation of natural law. I clicked to the next photo. This one was slightly sharper. It captured several of the trees. One had its branches twisted around its own trunk, like a man hugging himself in torment. Another's upper limbs were curled into what looked chillingly like a beckoning gesture. They weren't just moving, they were communicating, their silent wooden bodies, forming a terrifying, alien sign language. My carefully constructed wall of denial crumbled into dust. This was real. It had happened. The final photograph was the worst. I almost didn't see it at first. The shot was wide, capturing a larger section of the ridge. The trees were a chaotic jumble of writhing, skeletal shapes against the twilight. But as I scanned the image, my eyes were drawn to a space between two of the larger, contorting firs. There, nestled in the dark, tangled roots at the base of the trees, was a flash of color. A small patch of bright blue. I zoomed in, pushing the resolution to its absolute limit. The image became a mosaic of digital noise, but the color remained. It was the distinct, vibrant blue of modern outdoor gear. A jacket, perhaps, or a backpack. It was partially obscured by a thick, gnarled root that, in the photograph, seemed to be curled around it almost possessively. My blood ran cold. The missing poster. Emily Chang. I scrambled for my phone, my fingers fumbling on the screen, and pulled up a local news article about her disappearance. The article included a photo of her taken on the day. She went missing, posing at a trailhead. She was smiling, full of life, and she was wearing a bright blue windbreaker. The motel room suddenly felt like a cage. The thin walls offered no protection. The darkness outside the window was no longer empty. It was the edge of that same vast wilderness. A wilderness that was alive in a way it shouldn't be. The mountain hadn't just swallowed her. It was digesting her. And those things? Those skeletal puppets were its instruments. What had I stumbled upon? Some unknown biological phenomenon. A collective hallucination shared by the desperate and the lonely on this mountain. Or was it something else? Something that had been there, long before the trees died. An ancient intelligence that was now simply wearing their bones. The environmental decay I was so fascinated by wasn't just a passive process of nature reclaiming its own. It was a symptom of a deeper sickness. The acid rain and the blight hadn't just killed the forest. They had hollowed it out, creating a vessel for something else to move in. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the white limbs twisting, the silent dance of the dead. I saw that patch of blue, a tiny flag of human tragedy in a landscape of incomprehensible horror. My career was built on looking at decay, at finding the beauty in the end of things. But this was different. This wasn't the slow, patient work of time and nature. This was an active, malevolent, and hungry decay. By dawn, a grim resolve had settled over me. I couldn't run. I couldn't unsee what I had seen, and I couldn't abandon the memory of Emily Chang to that grotesque, writhing forest. A part of me, the photographer, was screaming that this was the most important discovery of my life. Another part, the human part, knew that going back was tantamount to suicide, but they were both drowned out by a single overriding thought. I had proof. I had a location. I had to go back. I had to know what was in that forest. And I had to show someone. The morning light felt thin and weak as I drove back towards the mountain. The fear from the night before hadn't vanished. It had simply cooled, solidifying into a hard, dense knot of purpose in my gut. I wasn't a photographer anymore. I was a witness. I drove straight to the ranger station, my laptop on the passenger seat, like a briefcase containing state secrets. Harris was there, nursing a cup of coffee. He looked up as I entered, and his easygoing expression tightened when he saw my face. "Mr. Carter, you look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that?" I said, my voice hoarse. I placed the laptop on his counter and opened it, turning it to face him. I didn't waste time with explanations he wouldn't believe. I just showed him the pictures. I started with the blurry shot of the bent tree, then the one with the beckoning limbs, and finally, the wide shot. I pointed a trembling finger at the screen. "There. Zoom in." He leaned forward, squinting. He clicked the trackpad, and the image magnified. The patch of blue became more distinct. He stared at it for a long, silent moment. Then he straightened up and looked not at the screen, but at me. The weary look from the day before was back, deeper this time, etched with something that looked like sorrow. "I've worked on this mountain for 30 years, son," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "People get lost, they fall. The weather turns, but some just vanish. We find a boot, a water bottle. Never enough." He looked back at the photo, at the writhing silhouettes of the trees. "There are stories. Old stories. The Cherokee who lived here. They called this peak Atakalakala, the place where the wood leans. They said the trees had a sickness of the spirit, that they remembered how to walk." He closed the laptop. "You're telling me you saw them move. And you're telling me that blue thing is Emily Chang's jacket." It wasn't a question. "Yes," I said, my heart pounding. "We have to go up there. We have to get her." Harris shook his head slowly, his gaze distant. "Mr. Carter, I can't authorize a search party based on a blurry photo and a local legend. They'd have me committed." He looked me dead in the eye. "And if what you're saying is true, a search party wouldn't be a rescue. It would be a buffet." The crude, terrifying honesty of his words hit me like a physical blow. "So you're going to do nothing?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "I'm going to officially advise you, a civilian, to leave this mountain immediately for your own safety," he said, his tone flat and formal. Then he leaned in closer, his voice dropping. "Unofficially, if a man were foolish enough to go back up there, he'd want to go in the brightest part of the day. He'd want to be quick. And he'd want something more than a camera." He reached under the counter and placed a heavy, metal flare gun on the wood between us. "Magnesium flare. Burns at 3,000 degrees. Nothing in this world, living or dead, likes that kind of light." I took the flare gun. It was cold and heavy, a grim talisman. I understood. He believed me, but his hands were tied. I was on my own. I drove back up the winding road. The sun high in the sky, but it offered no comfort. The world seemed muted, a pale imitation of the vibrant life I knew just yesterday. I parked and began the hike, the flare gun a heavy weight in my jacket pocket, my camera a useless appendage on my chest. I wasn't here to take pictures. I was here to find a body. The ghost forest was waiting. In the full light of day, it looked almost peaceful, a silent, static boneyard. But I knew better. The stillness was a lie. It was the coiled silence of a predator at rest. I navigated using the photos on my camera's display, my own images guiding me like a map into hell. I found the ridge, my heart a frantic drum. I looked down at the spot from the photograph. There it was, the patch of blue. I scrambled down the unstable slope, loose rocks skittering under my boots. As I got closer, the true horror of the scene revealed itself. It wasn't just a jacket snagged on a root. The fabric of the blue windbreaker was interwoven with a network of pale wood, like tendrils. They had pierced the tough nylon, threading through it like a needle and thread. The thick root I had seen in the photo was wrapped tightly around the center of the jacket, and as my eyes followed it up, I realized it wasn't a root at all. It was a limb, emerging from the base of a massive, gnarled fir. And beneath the jacket, I could see the shape of what was left of Emily Chang. A sound escaped my throat, a choked gasp of horror and grief. And the forest heard me. It started with a low, groaning creak from the tree in front of me. The limb clutching the jacket tightened its grip. Then another tree to my left shifted its weight with a sound like cracking bone. I looked up, my blood turning to ice. All around me, the silent, skeletal firs were beginning to move. Not in a frantic dance, but with a slow, deliberate purpose. Their branches, their limbs, were turning towards me. They were cutting off my escape. I was in the heart of the organism. The forest wasn't haunted. The forest was the ghost, a collective, malevolent consciousness that wore the skeletons of dead trees as its body. And I had just walked right into its maw. A dry, whispering sound filled the air, like 1,000 autumn leaves skittering across pavement. It coalesced into a voice, a horrible mimicry of human speech. "Help me," it rasped, the sound seeming to come from the trees themselves. It was trying to lure me closer, using a dead woman's last plea as bait. Panic gave way to a surge of pure adrenaline. I ripped the flare gun from my pocket, my hands shaking violently. I aimed it at the central tree, the one holding Emily, and pulled the trigger. The whoosh was deafening, and the world exploded in a searing, white light. The flare shot out, embedding itself in the dead wood. The light was blinding, a miniature sun that bleached all color from the world and cast stark, dancing shadows. The trees recoiled. The whispering voice became a deafening, unified shriek of pain, a sound that tore at my sanity. The limbs that were closing in on me jerked back as if burned, twisting away from the incandescent glare. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, scrambling up the loose scree of the ridge, my lungs on fire. The shriek of the forest pursued me, a sound of pure hatred. I didn't look back. I ran through the still, silent sections of the forest, past the observation deck, not stopping until my feet hit the asphalt of the parking lot. I threw myself into my car, started the engine with a roar, and sped away, leaving the mountain and its hungry ghost behind me. I have the photos. I have the flare gun. I have the memory of Ranger Harris's haunted eyes. I have proof. But what is it proof of? That our world is dying, and that in its decay, new and terrible things are waking up. I will release the photos anonymously. They will be dismissed as a hoax, a clever Photoshop. But I will know the truth. My name is Ben Carter, and I chase ghosts. But now I know they chase me back. My name is Robert Thompson, but nobody has called me Robert in months. On the Appalachian Trail, you're reborn with a new name. One that's earned, not given. Mine is Trail Legs. It came from my lanky, almost tireless stride that ate up miles day after day. a rhythm that had become the very pulse of my existence. For 5 months, the trail had been my world. A 200-mile pilgrimage stretching from the green mountains of Georgia to the rugged peak of Katahdin in Maine. I was a through hiker, a member of a strange tribe of wanderers who trade comfort for the raw, unfiltered experience of the wild. The trail changes you. It strips away the person you were in the real world and boils you down to your essence. Your concerns are primal water, food, shelter, and the relentless forward motion. You learn the language of the forest, the rustle in the undergrowth that signals a deer, the sharp cry of a hawk circling overhead, the heavy silence that precedes a storm. You become intimately familiar with your own body, its strengths and its breaking points. But more than that, you become familiar with solitude. A profound, soul, deep solitude that can be both a comfort and a curse. There are days you feel like the last person on earth, a solitary speck in an ocean of ancient trees and silent mountains. It's in those moments that your mind can play tricks on you. Paranoia becomes a shadow that walks beside you, whispering doubts in the quiet moments just before sleep. It was in the heart of Virginia that I met the man who called himself Sonny. I'd been hiking alone for the better part of a week, and the solitude was beginning to wear on me. I found him resting by a stream, his face tilted up to the sky, basking in a rare patch of sunlight that had broken through the dense canopy. He had a wide, easy grin and a contagious optimism that seemed to radiate from him like warmth. His trail name was perfect. He was a beacon of light in the often gloomy green tunnel of the forest. "Mind if I join you?" I'd asked, lowering my heavy pack to the ground. "The more the merrier," he'd replied, his voice cheerful. "Name's Sonny. You look like you could use a break." We fell into an easy rhythm together. Sonny was good company, a seasoned hiker who knew the trail's quirks and dangers. He was a storyteller, filling the long miles with tales of his life back home. His reasons for hiking, his dreams for the future. He was a software engineer from Colorado who'd cashed in his savings to chase this wild dream. Just like me, we talked about everything and nothing, the way only strangers who share an intense, fleeting experience can. In the wilderness, trust is a currency you learn to spend wisely, but with Sonny, it felt easy. He was reliable, steady, and his presence was a welcome antidote to the creeping loneliness. For a week, we were a team, sharing meals, navigating tricky terrain, and setting up camp together each night. We were a tramily, a trail family, a bond forged in sweat, dirt, and shared hardship. Our journey led us to the Grayson Highlands, a place of breathtaking and unsettling beauty. The dense forests of Virginia abruptly gave way to vast, treeless balds, rolling landscapes of grass and rock that felt more like the Scottish Highlands than the American South. It was famous for its wild ponies, beautiful shaggy creatures that roamed the hillsides, their presence adding to the mystical, almost otherworldly atmosphere of the place. But the Highlands were also known for their weather, unpredictable and often severe. A thick, disorienting fog could roll in without warning, swallowing the landscape and reducing visibility to mere feet. The locals had stories about the Highlands, whispers of strange disappearances, of hikers who walked into the fog and were never seen again. They were just stories, of course. The kind of campfire tales you tell to spook new hikers. We reached the Thomas Knob shelter, just as the sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple. The air was growing cold, And the infamous Grayson fog was beginning to creep up the valleys, its white tendrils clinging to the rocky outcrops. The shelter was a typical AT structure, a 3-sided log cabin with a wooden sleeping platform and a tin roof. It was a welcome sight, a promise of refuge from the wind and the coming night. We were the only two there. We claimed our spots on the platform, unrolling our sleeping bags and pads, our movements practiced and efficient. "I'm gonna head down to the spring and get some water for dinner," Sonny said, grabbing our empty water bottles and the filter. "Shouldn't take long." The spring trail was a narrow, steep path that branched off from the main Appalachian Trail, leading down into a dark patch of rhododendron. I watched him go, his familiar figure disappearing into the encroaching twilight. "Be careful," I called after him. "Don't get turned around." He waved a hand without looking back. "Never." I settled in, pulling out my stove and the dehydrated meal that would be my dinner. The silence of the highlands descended, broken only by the sigh of the wind across the balds and the distant, mournful call of a bird. The fog grew thicker, a solid white wall that pressed in on the shelter, isolating it from the rest of the world. It felt like we were on an island in a sea of clouds. 20 minutes passed. I started to get a little anxious. The spring wasn't that far, but the trail was slick and the light was failing. Just as I was about to call out his name, I heard footsteps. But they weren't coming from the spring trail. They were coming from the north, from the main AT, the direction we had come from. A figure emerged from the fog. It was Sonny. He stepped into the shelter, a slight smile on his face. He wasn't carrying the water bottles. "Hey," I said, confused. "I thought you went to the spring." "Changed my mind," he said, his voice perfectly normal. He sat down on the platform and started taking off his boots. Still had a full liter in my pack. Figured I'd just filter from that. Didn't feel like tackling that slick trail in the dark. It made sense. It was a logical decision. But something felt off. A tiny, dissonant note in the familiar melody of our companionship. He wasn't winded. His shoes weren't muddy. He seemed too calm. Too clean for someone who had even considered that treacherous path. I pushed the feeling down. It was the fog, the solitude. My mind was playing tricks on me. "Good call," I said, trying to sound casual. We sat in a comfortable silence for a few minutes. The only sound the hiss of my small stove. He seemed perfectly normal, asking about my dinner, talking about the miles we had planned for the next day. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps. These were slow, heavy, and they were coming from the spring trail. My blood ran cold. I froze, my eyes locked on the dark path leading down from the shelter. A figure slowly materialized from the dense fog. It was a man, hunched over, breathing heavily. He was covered in mud, and his clothes were soaked. As he stumbled into the faint light of the shelter, he looked up, his face etched with exhaustion and frustration. It was Sonny. "Sorry that took so long," he gasped, leaning against the shelter wall for support. He held up the full water bottles. I got turned around in that damn fog. Slipped and fell twice. I couldn't breathe. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I slowly turned my head to look at the man sitting beside me. The first Sonny. He wasn't looking at the newcomer. He was looking at me, and he was smiling. It wasn't Sonny's smile. It was a slow, wide, predatory grin that stretched his mouth too far. A smile of ancient and unspeakable malice. It was a smile that didn't belong on a human face. His eyes, fixed on mine, were empty. black pits in the twilight. Without a word, the thing wearing my friend's face stood up, turned, and walked calmly out of the shelter. It didn't look back. It just stepped out into the thick, white fog and vanished completely, as if the world had simply erased him. For a long moment, the world seemed to stop. The only sounds were the frantic drumming of my own heart and the ragged, gasping breaths of the real Sonny as he leaned against the shelter's frame. The space where the imposter had been sitting moments before felt like a void, a patch of cold that the warmth of my stove couldn't touch. My mind struggled to process the impossible event, trying to fit it into a logical framework. But the pieces wouldn't connect. It was like trying to solve an equation where one of the numbers was madness. Trail, legs. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost, Sonny said, his voice laced with concern as he finally caught his breath. He pushed himself upright, his brow furrowed as he looked from my pale face to the empty space beside me. Who were you looking at? My mouth opened, but no words came out. How could I explain? How could I tell my friend that a perfect copy of him, a clean, dry, and utterly malevolent copy, had just been sitting with me, only to vanish into the fog the second the real him appeared? The absurdity of it was overwhelming. I felt the cold tendrils of hysteria creeping up my spine. You, I stammered, pointing a trembling finger towards the swirling white abyss outside the shelter. You were just here. You came back from the trail, not the spring. You said you changed your mind about the water. Sonny stared at me, his expression shifting from confusion to genuine worry. What are you talking about, man? I just got here. I went to the spring, got lost in this soup, fell a couple of times. See, he gestured down at his mud-caked pants and the fresh scrape on his forearm. He was real. He was the tired, dirty, and slightly clumsy friend I'd been hiking with for a week. The other one was something else entirely. No, I whispered, the reality of it crashing down on me with physical force. There was another you. He was sitting right there. My voice rose, cracking with a terror I couldn't contain. He sat with me for 5 minutes. Sonny! He looked like you, sounded like you, but he wasn't you. And when you showed up, he just smiled and walked away. The silence that followed was heavier than the fog. Sonny looked at me, his eyes wide. I could see the conflict in them. The rational mind of a software engineer, trying to find a logical explanation, warring with the primal fear that my story ignited. He knew me. He knew I wasn't prone to flights of fancy or practical jokes. He could see the raw, undiluted terror in my eyes. Trail legs, he said slowly, his voice low and steady, trying to be the anchor in my sea of panic. It's the fog. The solitude. We've been out here a long time. The mind plays tricks. Maybe you dozed off for a second and had a bad dream. I was awake. I insisted, my voice shaking. I was cooking dinner. We talked. He asked about the miles for tomorrow, and his smile sunny. It wasn't your smile. It was wrong. It was like a wolf baring its teeth. He didn't have an answer for that. He just stood there, the full water bottle still clutched in his hand, a testament to his version of events. He slowly scanned the interior of the shelter, as if looking for some clue, some evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. Then his gaze fell upon the spot where the imposter had been sitting, on the rough wooden platform. Perfectly dry and untouched by the evening's dampness were two distinct boot-shaped prints of dust. The dust from the trail, not the mud from the spring. Sonny's face went white. He didn't need to say anything. We both knew. My story wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. The atmosphere in the shelter changed instantly. The cozy refuge became a cage. The enveloping fog was no longer a beautiful, mystical phenomenon. It was a curtain. Hiding something that was now actively hunting us. We were trapped on this bald, isolated mountain, with a creature that could wear the face of a friend. The paranoia I had felt as a distant shadow on the trail was now a suffocating presence, filling every corner of the small shelter. We didn't eat. The thought of food was nauseating. We extinguished the stove, plunging the shelter into a deeper gloom, lit only by the weak beams of our headlamps. We sat side by side on the sleeping platform, our backs against the cold log wall, facing the open front of the shelter. We were two pairs of eyes staring into a wall of white, listening. Every sound was magnified, distorted by the fog and our own fear. The wind whistling over the tin roof sounded like a low, mournful moan. The rustle of a small animal in the brush nearby made us jump. Was it a pony, a deer, or was it the thing testing the perimeter, waiting for us to let our guard down? We spoke in hushed whispers, as if afraid it might overhear us. What was it? Sonny breathed, his voice barely audible. I don't know, I whispered back. The old-timers talk about things in these mountains. Doppelgangers, things that lure you off the trail. The campfire tales that had seemed so harmless, just hours ago now felt like dire warnings. Why would it do that? He asked. Why just show up, then leave? Maybe it was a test, I said, the thought sending a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Maybe it wanted to see if I'd notice. Or maybe it was replacing you, and your showing up interrupted it. We fell silent again, the implication of my words hanging in the air between us. What if the real Sonny hadn't made it back? What if I had accepted the imposter's story, gone to sleep, and woken up next to that thing with the predatory smile? Hours crawled by. The temperature dropped, but the cold I felt was deeper than the mountain air. It was a cold that came from the absolute certainty that we were not alone, and that we were in terrible danger. My mind kept replaying the moment the creature smiled at me. The image was burned into my memory, the unnatural width of the grin, the deadness in its eyes. It was a look of pure, intelligent malice. It knew what it was doing. It was enjoying my fear. Sometime after midnight, we heard a new sound. It was a voice, a soft, familiar voice, calling from the fog just beyond the shelter. Trail legs, Sonny, you guys in there? It was a hiker's call, friendly, normal, but it was my voice. A perfect imitation of my own voice was calling to us from the darkness. Sonny and I grabbed each other, our hearts seizing in our chests. We didn't breathe. We didn't move. We just listened as my own voice called out again, closer this time. Hello. Is anyone in the shelter? I saw your lights. It was a trick. A hideous, terrifying trick. The creature was out there, using my voice as bait. What did it want? For us to answer. To step outside. The possibilities were too horrific to contemplate. We huddled together, two grown men reduced to frightened children, praying for the sun to rise. The voice called out a few more times, then fell silent. But the silence that followed was worse. We knew it was still out there, watching, waiting. The fog was its home. It could see us, but we couldn't see it. That was the moment we knew we couldn't stay. We couldn't wait for morning. The shelter was no longer a refuge. It was a trap. To stay here was to wait for the monster to decide it was done playing games. Our only chance, however slim, was to move. to plunge into the fog and the darkness and run. With frantic, trembling hands, we began to pack. We didn't bother being quiet. The thing knew we were here. We shoved our sleeping bags, stoves, and food into our packs, our movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Every snap of a buckle, every rustle of a nylon bag sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. We were a symphony of fear. Within minutes, we were ready. We stood at the edge of the shelter, packs on our backs, trekking poles in our hands, staring out into the impenetrable wall of white. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff, about to step off into nothing. "Ready," I whispered, my throat dry. Sonny gave a single jerky nod, his face a grim mask of terror. We took a deep breath, and together, we stepped out of the shelter and into the monster's world. Stepping into the fog was like diving into a cold, blind ocean. The world vanished. The shelter behind us, the mountains around us, the sky above us, all were erased by a featureless, suffocating white. The only reality was the ground beneath our feet and the small, trembling circle of light from our headlamps, which seemed to be swallowed by the mist just a few feet ahead. Our breath plumed in the frigid air, mingling with the fog, as if we too were dissolving into the nothingness. Panic was a living thing, a clawed hand gripping my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee blindly into the night. But I knew, and Sonny knew, that to run without direction was to die. We would stumble off a cliff, get hopelessly lost, or simply run in circles until the creature decided to end its game. Our only hope, our single, fragile thread of survival, was the Appalachian Trail itself. We had to find the next white blaze. "South," I croaked, my voice tight with fear. "We have to go south. Stay on the trail." We moved with a desperate, shuffling gait, our trekking poles clicking nervously against the unseen rocks. We stayed shoulder to shoulder, a pact of mutual defense against the oppressive dark. Our headlamp beams swept back and forth, frantically searching for the 2-by-6-inch white rectangle that marked the path. For what felt like an eternity, we saw nothing but rock and wet grass. The thought that we had already lost the trail, just steps from the shelter, was a fresh wave of terror. Then Sonny's light caught it. "There," he hissed, 20 feet ahead, painted on the side of a large boulder, was the blaze. It shone in the mist like a holy symbol, a promise of direction in a world gone mad. We scrambled towards it, our relief so profound it was painful. Reaching the rock, we immediately started searching for the next one and the next. This became our entire world, a desperate, terrifying game of connect. The dots, played in the dead of night on a haunted mountain, with a monster as our opponent. The creature did not let us go in peace. It began to toy with us. We heard footsteps in the fog, sometimes to our left, sometimes to our right, always just beyond the reach of our light. They were clever footsteps, mimicking our own pace, making us wonder if it was just an echo, a trick of the sound muffling fog. But then we would stop, and a moment later, the footsteps would stop too. It was shadowing us. Then came the whispers. Faint, sibilant sounds carried on the wind, too indistinct to be words, but filled with a chilling, mocking intelligence. It was the sound of something enjoying our fear, savoring it like a fine wine. My mind flashed back to the imposter's smile, the wide, predatory grin. This was its nature. It didn't just want to kill us, it wanted to break us first. At one point, my foot caught on a root I didn't see. I pitched forward, crying out as I hit the ground hard. My headlamp smashed against a rock and went out, plunging my world into absolute blackness. Panic exploded in my chest. "Sonny," I screamed. An arm grabbed my pack and hauled me to my feet.
"I've got you."
"I'm here."
Sonny's voice was a lifeline. His light shone in my face, blinding me for a second, before he turned it back to the trail. But in that brief moment, as I was getting up, I saw it. A shape in the fog. Taller than a man, impossibly thin and dark. It was there for a split second, a silhouette against the white, just beyond where I had fallen. Then it was gone.
"It's right there."
I shrieked, pointing with a shaking hand. "Let's go," Sonny yelled, pulling me along.
"Don't look back!"
"Just move."
We abandoned our shuffling walk and began to run, a clumsy, stumbling flight through the darkness. We were no longer just hiking. We were being hunted. The white blazes were our only guide. Find the blaze. Run to it. Find the next one. Don't think. Don't listen to the whispers. Don't look into the fog. Just run. Our lungs burned, our legs ached. We were running on pure, undiluted adrenaline. We passed through a grove of gnarled, stunted trees, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for us in the mist. We crossed open balds where the wind howled, trying to push us off balance. And the sounds followed us. The footsteps were bolder now, closer. We heard a twig snap directly behind us. We heard a low chuckle that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was then that we heard a new sound, a frantic drumming of hooves. Suddenly, a herd of wild ponies burst from the fog, their eyes wide with terror. They thundered past us, their shaggy bodies brushing against ours, their panicked snorts filling the air. They weren't running from us. They were running from the same thing we were. For a terrifying second, I thought we would be trampled, but they flowed around us like a river around a rock and vanished back into the mist. Their terror confirmed our own. We were not crazy. There was something truly evil on this mountain. The will to continue began to fray. Every muscle screamed in protest. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and exhaustion. The temptation to just stop, to sit down and give up, was immense. I saw Sonny stumbling beside me, his face a pale mask of grim determination. We were both at our breaking point. "Can't stop," I gasped, more to myself than to him. "Almost there," he panted back, though neither of us knew that was true. It was in that darkest moment of despair that I noticed a change. The fog, the absolute, uniform blackness of the fog, was beginning to lighten. It was no longer pitch black, but a deep, dark gray. I looked up and saw a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the sky to the east. Dawn was coming. The hope that surged through me was more powerful than any energy gel. It was a raw, primal need for the sun. The whispers on the wind seemed to falter. The footsteps behind us grew more distant. The creature was a thing of shadow and deceit. It thrived in the darkness and the fog. Perhaps, just perhaps, it feared the light. Fueled by this new hope, we pushed on, our pace quickening. The gray turned to a pale lavender, and the shapes of the mountains began to resolve themselves around us. The fog was thinning, retreating down into the valleys like a defeated army. We could see the trail now, a clear, muddy ribbon stretching before us. We could see the world again. We practically flew down the trail, half running, half falling. And then we saw it. A sight more beautiful than any mountain vista. The sharp, angled roof of another shelter, and beyond it, the glint of sunlight on a metal sign. It was a road crossing. It was civilization. It was safety. We burst out of the woods and onto the gravel of a parking area. collapsing to our knees like marathon runners at the finish line. There were cars there. A family was unpacking their trunk for a day hike, their cheerful laughter sounding like music from another world. They stared at us, too mud-caked. Wild-eyed men who had clearly just emerged from some private hell. We didn't say a word. We just knelt there on the solid, safe ground and wept. We never hiked together again after that day. We got a ride into the nearest town and parted ways. There was nothing left to say. We had shared an experience that no one else would ever understand. A trauma that was now a part of us. I went on to finish my through hike, to stand on the summit of Katahdin. But it was a hollow victory. The joy was gone, replaced by a constant, knowing paranoia. I'm a park ranger now, in a quiet forest far from the Appalachian Mountains. But I never go out after dark. I can't stand the fog. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I hear whispers. And I remember the smile. I know that the thing in the highlands is still out there, walking the trails, wearing a friendly face, and waiting in the fog for a hiker to get turned around. Waiting for someone to be alone. My name is Dr. Eris Thorne. My credentials designate me as a senior field geologist with the United States Geological Survey, a title I have held for 17 of my 25 years of service. My specialization is in structural geology and petrology, with a specific focus on Precambrian formations, the deep, ancient bones of our planet. It is a field that rewards patience and precision, two qualities I have always prided myself on. Geology is a conversation with deep time, and I had always believed I understood its language. The Earth speaks in pressures, in temperatures, in the slow, inexorable dance of tectonic plates, and the patient layering of sediment. It does not, as a rule, whisper lies. Our last sanctioned expedition, filed under project number USGS 734A, took my team and me deep into the Cherokee National Forest, specifically to the Ocoee Basin in southeastern Tennessee. This region is a geologist's nightmare and dream combined. The rock here is among the oldest in the Appalachians, a chaotic assemblage of metamorphosed sedimentary and volcanic rock known as the Ocoee Supergroup, formed during the rifting of the supercontinent Rodinia nearly 1 billion years ago. These formations were later mangled and thrust upwards during the creation of the Appalachians. The result is a geological mess, a landscape of thrust, faulted, folded, and inverted strata where the normal rules of stratigraphy are thrown into disarray. Old rock sits atop young rock, layers are flipped upside down, and the entire region is a puzzle box of geological time. Our mission, funded by a federal grant for resource mapping, was to drill a series of deep core samples to better understand the basin's complex history and substructure. It was standard, if challenging, work. My team was composed of the best. There was Dr. Lena Petrova, a geochemist whose analytical mind could coax secrets from the most stubborn of mineral matrices. Beside her was Ben Carter, our lead drilling technician, a man with 2 decades of experience wrestling with bedrock from the Alaskan tundra to the Mojave Desert. He was pragmatic, unflappable, and could diagnose a drill bit's complaint by the pitch of its whine. Rounding us out were 2 graduate students from the University of Tennessee, Maya and Kenji, bright-eyed and eager, their academic enthusiasm a welcome counterpoint to our seasoned professionalism. We established our base camp in a small, relatively flat clearing surrounded by a dense canopy of hemlock and rhododendron. It was remote, a 2-hour journey by truck and ATV from the nearest paved road. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds were the chatter of birds and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. For the first week, everything proceeded by the book. Ben and his crew set up the portable drilling rig, its diesel generator a jarring but necessary intrusion on the forest's silence. Lena established her mobile lab in a reinforced weather-proof tent, a sterile bubble of science amidst the wilderness. Maya and Kenji, under my supervision, meticulously logged every inch of the initial core samples, their notebooks filling with observations on grain size, mineral composition, and structural integrity. The rock was stubborn, just as the maps predicted. We pulled up core after core of slate, metasandstone, and schist, each sample a familiar chapter in the story of the Earth's crust. We worked long hours, fueled by coffee and a shared sense of purpose. In the evenings, we'd gather around the campfire, the conversation a comfortable mix of geological theory and personal anecdotes. Ben would tell stories of rogue bears in Denali, and Lena would debate the merits of different isotopic dating methods with the students. It was a rhythm I knew well, the familiar cadence of fieldwork. The world outside this small circle of light and science ceased to exist. Our universe was the drill, the rock, and the story it was telling us. The change began on the 8th day. We were drilling at a new site, a few hundred yards deeper into a ravine, where the oldest of the Precambrian rock was exposed. The drill had punched through a thick layer of Wadden Creek, group shale, and was now biting into the basement rock beneath. What we all expected to be the ancient, crystalline granite of the continental crust. The rig's engine note changed, the steady, grinding groan smoothing out into a higher, pitched, almost effortless hum. Ben, ever attentive, cut the power immediately. "That's not right," he muttered, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. Felt like we hit glass. Or nothing at all. We spent the next hour carefully retracting the drill string. The tension was palpable. An unexpected change in geology could mean anything, from a void to a damaged drill bit. But Ben's description had unsettled me. When the final core barrel was brought to the surface and laid in its trough, we all gathered around. The sample was unlike anything I had ever seen. For the first several feet, it was the expected coarse, grained granite, a familiar salt and pepper mix of quartz, feldspar, and mica. But then, the transition was unnervingly abrupt. There was no fracture zone, no gradual change in composition. 1 inch there was granite, and the next there was something else. It was a metallic cylinder, perfectly smooth, with a dark, non-reflective surface that seemed to drink the sunlight. It wasn't an ore vein. It wasn't a natural formation. It looked manufactured. Lena was the first to break the stunned silence, her voice a clinical whisper. "Get it to the lab. Full sterile protocol." In the controlled environment of her tent, the anomaly became even more disturbing. The material defied classification. It was a metallic alloy, but its density was far greater than any known stable element or combination thereof. It was incredibly hard, shrugging off a diamond, tipped scribe without a scratch. But the true impossibility lay in the spectrographic analysis. Lena ran the tests 3 times, her face growing paler with each pass. "The composition it's not terrestrial, Aris," she said, pushing her safety glasses up onto her forehead. "The isotopic ratios are wrong. They don't match anything in our solar system. And there's more." She pointed to a section of the readout. "It's laced with organic compounds, complex polymers and what looks like cellular structures." They're integrated into the metal matrix itself. That's impossible. I breathed. The rock above it is 600 million years old. Nothing organic could survive that. It's not just surviving, Eris, she replied, her voice trembling slightly. It's viable. The protein chains haven't denatured. According to the micro-scanner, there's still metabolic activity. Slow, almost undetectable. But it's there, it's alive. A cold dread, entirely separate from the thrill of scientific discovery, began to creep up my spine. We were holding a piece of something that was not of this earth. Something that had been sleeping under a mountain for a third of the history of complex life on this planet. And it was waking up. We said nothing to the students. There was no framework to explain what we had found without sounding like madmen. That night, the forest lost its comforting familiarity. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl, seemed freighted with a new and menacing significance. As I lay in my tent, trying to force my racing mind into stillness, I felt it for the first time, a low, rhythmic hum. It wasn't a sound in the conventional sense, not something my ears were picking up. It was a vibration, a thrumming that seemed to travel up from the ground itself, through the legs of my cot, and into my bones. It was a deep, resonant bass note, like a colossal engine idling far beneath the earth. I unzipped my tent. The campfire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow on the silent camp. I could see Ben's silhouette, standing motionless by the dead fire, looking out into the darkness. He felt it too. I walked over to the rock outcropping at the edge of our clearing, the same familiar schist I had rested my hand on a dozen times before. I placed my palm against its cool, rough surface. It wasn't cool anymore. It was warm, radiating a gentle but distinct heat, as if it were basking in a sun that wasn't there. The humming seemed stronger here, a palpable pulse in the stone itself. The ground beneath my feet was vibrating. The living land. The next morning, no one spoke of it directly, but the fear was a tangible thing, a sixth member of our party. Ben's face was grim. Lena's hands shook as she poured her coffee. Even Maya and Kenji were subdued, casting nervous glances at the silent, brooding trees. I made the decision. Pack it up, I announced, my voice sounding harsher than I intended. Pack everything. We're abandoning the site. There were no arguments. The relief on their faces was immediate and profound. We worked in a feverish silence, breaking down the camp with an efficiency born of shared terror. We left the drill rig. There was no time. The humming was growing stronger, no longer a subtle vibration, but a low, audible moan that seemed to emanate from the very air around us. The rocks were now hot to the touch, and a strange, coppery scent, like ozone and old blood, had begun to permeate the forest. As we loaded the last of the gear into the trucks, I took the core sample. It was an irrational, dangerous act, but I could not leave it. It was the only proof. Back in the USGS office in Knoxville, I filed my report. I detailed a series of cascading equipment failures, citing unusual electromagnetic interference from deep-level iron deposits. I described the core sample as a contaminated specimen, ruined by a catastrophic drill, head fracture. Instrument malfunction? I wrote. It was a clean, professional, and complete fabrication. A lie to protect my career, my team, and perhaps my sanity. But I have the sample. It sits in a lead, lined case in my personal safe, and sometimes, late at night, I think I can still feel it. Humming. The 6 months following our flight from the Okoye were a study in forced normalcy. I buried myself in paperwork, in peer reviews, in the mundane geology of seismic retrofitting for city bridges. I tried to reconstruct the comfortable walls of my old life, brick by painstaking brick. But the foundation was cracked. The lie I had filed, instrument malfunction, was a constant, low-grade fever in my mind. Every geological map I consulted, every rock sample that crossed my desk, felt like a pale imitation of the truth. The Earth I had known, the solid, predictable planet I had dedicated my life to understanding, had been replaced by a hollow mockery. I now knew what it was capable of hiding. The silence from my team was more damning than any accusation. Our shared trauma did not forge a bond. It was a corrosive agent that dissolved it. I called Lena a month after our return. Her voice was strained, distant. She spoke in clipped, professional tones, refusing to acknowledge my veiled questions about the contaminated sample. When I pressed, she cut me off. It was a malfunction, Eris. The report is filed. I'm working on a new project now. I have to go. She hung up. I knew then that she had chosen to build her fortress of denial even higher than my own. Her fear was so profound that she was trying to excise the memory from her own history. Ben Carter was a ghost. 2 weeks after our return, he submitted his resignation via email, citing only personal reasons. No forwarding address, no phone number. His decades of service to the USGS were terminated with a single, sterile digital message. I tried to find him, calling mutual acquaintances and old field contacts. No one had heard from him. It was as if the pragmatic, unshakable man who had faced down nature's furies across a continent had simply evaporated. I imagined him somewhere remote, trying to outrun the memory of the humming ground, seeking a place where the bedrock was silent and cold and blessedly dead. I felt a pang of profound guilt. I was the lead scientist. They were my responsibility. I had led them into that ravine, and in doing so, had broken them. I fared no better. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were a chaotic slideshow of impossible geometries and crushing pressure. I would dream of the core sample, not as a metal cylinder, but as a single, dark eye staring at me from the heart of the Earth. I would wake in a cold sweat, the phantom sensation of the deep, subterranean hum vibrating in my teeth. The lead-lined case in my safe became a focal point of my paranoia. I'd find myself standing before it, hand on the cold steel, straining to hear, to feel. Was the hum I felt a memory, or was it real? Was the object in that box still pulsing with its ancient, alien life? Driven by a need that felt more like compulsion than scientific curiosity, I began monitoring the news out of Polk County and the surrounding areas of the Cherokee National Forest. At first, there was nothing. The seasons turned. The world went on. Then, 3 months after our expedition, the first report appeared. It was a small article, buried in the back of a local online paper. A hiker, an experienced outdoorsman from Chattanooga, had gone missing. His car was found at a trailhead bordering the western edge of the Ocoee Basin. Search parties found no trace. The official speculation was a fall or an animal attack. A month later, 2 more people vanished. A young couple on a camping trip. Their tent was found abandoned, supplies neatly arranged, sleeping bags still rolled. There were no signs of a struggle. They had simply walked away from their campsite and disappeared from the face of the earth. This time, the story gained a little more traction. I found a quote from a National Park Service ranger, a man named Dwight Hobbs. He sounded wary, frustrated. "It's rugged country," he told the reporter. People get turned around. But this feels different. Their tracks just stop. Like they were lifted right off the ground. That quote sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the autumn air. I knew I had to talk to him. Posing as a researcher following up on the electromagnetic interference from my falsified report, I got Ranger Hobbs on the phone. He was wary at first, his voice a gravelly Appalachian drawl, weathered by years in the sun and wind. USGS? Ah, he said. You fellas left in a hurry back in the spring. Left a brand new drilling rig up in the holler. Not supposed to do that. We had catastrophic equipment failure. I lied, the words tasting like ash. The EM fields were playing havoc with our electronics. We were wondering if you'd noticed any similar phenomena since. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear the crackle of a radio in the background. Phenomena, he repeated slowly. You could say that. We've had compasses spinning like tops up there. GPS units lose their lock for no reason. Our radios are useless in some of those ravines. It's getting worse. He lowered his voice. And there's the sound. The old-timers have a name for it. They say the mountain is singing, a low hum. Makes your teeth ache. You hear it at night mostly. Seems to come right up from the ground. My grip on the phone tightened. The missing people, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Where did they disappear from? All within a 5-mile radius, he said, and the dread in my stomach coalesced into a cold, hard stone. Up in the old growth, where the rock is all twisted up. The same area you boys were drilling. He paused again. Tell me, Doctor. What exactly were you looking for up there? I had no answer for him. I mumbled something about geological surveys and ended the call. The truth was screaming in my head. We woke it up. We drilled a hole and let the sickness out. The conversation with Hobbs was a catalyst. The denial I had so carefully constructed shattered. The anomaly wasn't contained in the lead box in my safe. The sample was just that, a sample. A biopsy of a cancer that was now spreading through the living rock of the Appalachians. The humming, the heat, the warping of magnetic fields. It was the land itself that was changing, infected by the impossible life form we had disturbed. The missing people weren't just lost, they were taken. Assimilated, perhaps, by a geological consciousness that was utterly alien to every conception of life on Earth. My lie was no longer a shield for my career or a bomb for my team's sanity. It was a gag order on a planetary emergency. I was the only person on Earth who knew the truth. Lena had buried it. Ben had run from it. The students never knew it. It was mine alone. The weight of that knowledge was immense, a pressure greater than any I had ever studied in the Earth's crust. I could report it, of course. I could go to my superiors, present the core sample, and watch as my life's work, my reputation, and my freedom were incinerated in a firestorm of disbelief and ridicule. And even if they believed me, what then? What human agency could possibly contend with a living, hostile geology? Standing in the sterile quiet of my office, surrounded by the maps and books that had once defined my reality, I understood. Science had no answer. Government had no protocol. There was only the thing in the mountains, growing, spreading, and singing its deep, resonant song. And there was me, the man who had knocked on its ancient door. The humming in my bones was no longer a memory. It was a summons. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I had to go back. My return to the Ocoee Basin was not a scientific expedition. It was the act of a penitent returning to the scene of his sin. I took an indefinite leave of absence from the USGS, citing health reasons, a diagnosis more accurate than my superiors could ever know. I packed my old field truck, not with seismic sensors and rock hammers, but with survival gear, high-powered flashlights, and two items that felt both essential and utterly futile: a gauger counter and the lead, lined case containing the core sample. Driving east from Knoxville, with the dark cylinder in the passenger seat beside me, felt like I was escorting a king to his coronation. The low, familiar hum seemed to pulse from the case, a silent, insistent metronome counting down the miles. I found Dwight Hobbs at the cramped, wood, paneled ranger station at the edge of the park. He was a tall, lean man with a face like a topographical map of the land he patrolled, all sharp ridges and deep, set valleys. He looked at me over the rim of a steaming coffee mug, his eyes holding no welcome. "You're back," he stated. Not a question. "Didn't figure you for the type to leave a job half finished." "Something was left behind," I said, placing the lead case on his cluttered desk. The metallic thud silenced the crackle of the radio. "I believe it's the cause of your problems. And mine." I spent the next hour explaining. I omitted the extraterrestrial analysis. There was no point. Instead, I framed it in terms he might accept. I spoke of a newly discovered extremophile, a form of biological life that existed in a symbiotic state with the rock itself. I told him our drilling had disturbed its iones, long hibernation, and that it was now expanding. I described its properties: the heat, the electromagnetic disruption, the bioacoustic resonance, the hum. I didn't have to convince him about the hum. He lived with it. He stared at the case, then at me. "You're telling me the mountain's alive, and it's eating people." "I'm telling you it's reacting to a disruption," I corrected, though his summary was terrifyingly accurate. "It's assimilating, integrating. The people who disappeared, I don't think they died. I think they became part of the process, part of the land." He was silent for a long time, his gaze lost in the dense green wall of trees outside his window. "Another hiker went missing 3 days ago," he said, his voice flat. "A kid, 19. His mother calls this station every 2 hours." He finally looked at me, his eyes filled with a wary resignation that mirrored my own. "What do you propose to do, Doctor?" "Reason with it. I want to go to the drill site," I said. "I need to see how far it's spread. I need to understand the focal point." I tapped the lead case. "And I think this might be the key. It's a piece of the original organism, a kind of genetic key." It was a wild guess, a desperate hope masquerading as a hypothesis. Hobbs nodded slowly. "All right, Doctor. You want to go into the heart of it, I'll take you. But we go in armed, and we go in my way." His way meant on foot. Leaving my truck at the station, the air grew heavy the moment we stepped onto the trail. The normal chorus of the forest was gone. No bird song, no insect drone. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the trail and the ever-present hum, which was no longer a subtle vibration, but an audible, gut-wrenching thrum. It resonated in my chest cavity, making it hard to breathe. The trees themselves looked sick. The leaves of rhododendrons were veined with a dark, metallic-looking growth, like circuits printed on living tissue. The bark of the hemlocks was warm to the touch. Hobbs's compass was useless, its needle spinning wildly. He navigated by instinct, by the lay of the land. He knew better than his own hand. After 2 hours of hard hiking, we found the first sign. It was a backpack lying by the side of the trail. the missing teenagers. A few feet away, a single hiking boot stood upright, its laces still tied. The tracks leading to it were clear in the damp earth, and then they simply stopped. There was no sign of a struggle, no scuff marks, no drag marks. One moment there were footprints, the next, there was nothing but undisturbed leaf litter. It was exactly as Hobbs had described. They were lifted right off the ground. As we drew closer to the ravine, the changes in the geology became more pronounced and more horrifying. The outcroppings of schist and slate were no longer inert rock. They seemed to flow, the lines of strata shifting in slow, nauseating undulations. A faint, internal luminescence pulsed within the stone. A sickly purple, green light that waxed and waned in time with the hum. The coppery smell of ozone and blood was thick in the air. We reached the clearing of our old camp, and I gasped. The drill rig was still there, but it was no longer a machine of steel and iron. It was encased in a crystalline, metallic growth, the same dark, non-reflective material as the core sample. Tendrils of it had spread out from the rig, covering the ground, the trees, and the abandoned equipment in a web of alien geometry. The entire clearing had become a monstrous monument to our trespass. And standing before the rig, his back to us, was a man. He was unnaturally still, his arms hanging limp at his sides. He was wearing the tattered remains of a work shirt and jeans. "Ben," I whispered, my voice cracking. Hobbs raised his rifle. "Stay back," he warned. The figure turned slowly. It was Ben Carter, but it wasn't. His skin was pale, translucent and etched with the same dark, circuit-like patterns that covered the trees. His eyes were gone. In their place were two swirling pools of the same faint, purple, green light that emanated from the rocks. He opened his mouth, but it was not his voice that came out. It was the hum, amplified, concentrated into a wave of sound that buckled my knees. "You have returned." The voice echoed, not in the air, but directly inside my skull. It was a chorus of a billion ancient thoughts, a consciousness that measured time in geological epochs. The broken piece seeks to be whole. The thing that was Ben Carter took a step towards us. Its feet did not touch the ground. It floated an inch above the corrupted earth. Hobbs fired his rifle. The bullet struck Ben in the chest, but there was no impact. The slug was simply absorbed into his body, vanishing without a trace. Flesh is a temporary arrangement. The voice in my head boomed, a wave of pure intellectual force that sent me reeling. Rock is patient. Rock endures. We are the new arrangement. The ground beneath our feet began to shift. The rocks around the clearing rose up, flowing like liquid, forming a closing circle around us. The air crackled with energy. I fumbled with the clasps on the lead case, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I didn't know what I was doing, only that I had to do something. I pulled out the core sample. The moment it was free of its lead shielding, the hum intensified to a deafening roar. The light from the rocks and from Ben's eyes flared, becoming blindingly bright. The sample in my hand grew intensely hot, and I cried out, dropping it to the ground. It did not land. It hovered in the air, pulsing with a dark energy. It began to drift towards the figure of Ben Carter, drawn to it like iron to a magnet. The catalyst. The voice thundered in my mind, a feeling of triumphant, aeon's old hunger washing over me. The awakening is complete. The core sample merged with Ben's chest, dissolving into his form in a flash of dark light. The figure convulsed, and the entire landscape around us began to writhe. The trees twisted into impossible shapes. The ground buckled, thrusting upwards. I saw the faces of the missing people, swirling in the flowing rock, their mouths open in silent screams. The hiker, the young couple, the teenager. They were not dead. They were awake. They were the mountain. Hobbs grabbed my arm, dragging me back as a fissure opened at our feet.
We'll have to go!
Now, but I couldn't move. I was a geologist, a man of science, and I was staring at the birth of a new geology, a living, breathing, thinking world that was consuming my own. My name is Dr. Eris Thorne, and I am a witness to the end of everything I ever knew. My name is Joshua Warren. To the people in the small towns nestled in the crooks and hollows of these Blue Ridge Mountains, I am the local historian. It's a title I've worn for the better part of 3 decades, a cloak of academic respectability that allows me to spend my days sifting through dusty archives and my nights staring into the vast, dark maw of the Linville Gorge. My work is the history of this place, a history written not just in ink and paper, but in stone, in the ancient flow of the river, and in the whispers that travel on the wind. I've dedicated my life to understanding the Appalachian soul, and nowhere is that soul more palpable, more mysterious than at Wiseman's View Overlook. From this stone precipice, you can witness one of the great, enduring enigmas of North America, the Brown Mountain Lights. I've been watching the Brown Mountain Lights my whole life. I've seen them all. The distant train lights from the Clinchfield line, the bobbing headlights of ATVs grinding up the Forest Service roads, the ethereal glow of swamp gas rising from the boggy lowlands. I have debunked more, true, sightings than I can count, offering patient, logical explanations to wide-eyed tourists and stubborn locals alike. I was a man of facts, a curator of folklore, but not a believer. Until the night it happened. The night I saw a true one. It was late autumn. The air sharp with the promise of frost. The tourist season had bled out, leaving the mountains to reclaim their solemn quiet. I was alone at the overlook, a rare and cherished solitude. The moon was a sliver, and the stars were a brilliant, cold spray against the velvet black. Below me, the gorge was an abyss, a place of profound and absolute darkness. It wasn't a distant orb, not this time. It didn't flicker on the ridge across the valley. It came from below. A single, silent, white light floated up from the gorge, a slow and deliberate ascension that defied all logic. The wind was blowing east, a steady, sighing breeze that rustled the dry leaves around me. The light moved against it, a steady drift west, as if the air itself held no power over it. It drifted right up to the overlook, a silent, weightless entity, and hovered just beyond the stone wall that separated me from a 1,000-foot drop. It was the size of a basketball, and it pulsed with a cold, soft light, a luminescence that seemed to absorb sound rather than create it. There was no heat, no hum, no crackle of energy. But I could feel it. A strange, prickling static electricity raised the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. My teeth ached with it. It was a pressure, an unseen force that made the very air feel thick and heavy. It just hung there for what felt like an eternity, but was likely no more than a minute, as if it were looking at me, as if it were studying me. There was an intelligence in its stillness, a terrifying purpose in its silent observation. And then, as silently as it appeared, it winked out of existence. It didn't fade, it didn't fly away. It was simply there, and then it was not. In that moment of sudden, crushing darkness, a thought crystallized in my mind with horrifying clarity. It wasn't a light. It was an eye. That night changed everything. My academic curiosity curdled into a kind of obsessive dread. The folklore I had once curated with detached interest now felt like a collection of poorly heeded warnings. The Cherokee legends of restless spirits from a great battle. The ghost stories of heartbroken mothers searching for their lost children. They were no longer just stories. They were eyewitness accounts, fragmented and embellished over time, of the same thing I had seen. The eye. I abandoned my more conventional research and delved into the darker corners of local history, the unsolved disappearances. For generations, people have vanished in the Linville Gorge wilderness. The official reports are a litany of tragic but plausible accidents. Hikers who strayed from the path, campers who fell from a ridge, hunters who succumbed to the elements. The park rangers, competent and professional, would lead their searches, find a boot or a backpack, and eventually, the case would go cold. Another sad statistic swallowed by the unforgiving terrain. But as I cross-referenced the dates and locations, a pattern began to emerge. The disappearances often clustered, happening in spurts every decade or so. And many of them were centered around the very heart of the gorge, the same area from which the eye had ascended. I found old, forgotten newspaper clippings from the 1950s, a handwritten journal from a 19th century surveyor, and even a letter from a Civil War soldier to his wife. All of them spoke of the same thing. Strange lights, a feeling of being watched. And then someone from their party would simply be gone, vanished without a trace between one moment and the next. It was a history of predation, hidden in plain sight. This thing, this eye, it wasn't just observing, it was hunting. Then, last week, it happened again. A young woman, a college student from Charlotte named Amelia Vance, went missing. She was an experienced hiker, well-equipped, on a popular trail. She sent her parents a photo from Hawksbill Mountain in the early afternoon. It was the last anyone heard from her. The news reports were filled with the usual phrases. Massive search effort. Foul play not suspected. Challenging terrain. I saw a press conference with the lead forest ranger, a man named Marcus Thorne. He had a stern, cable face tanned by the sun, his expression a mask of professional concern. He spoke of grid searches and scent dogs, of helicopter flyovers and volunteer teams. He was doing his job, and he was doing it well. But he was looking for a lost person. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that he was looking for the wrong thing entirely. Amelia Vance wasn't lost. She was taken. For days I have been paralyzed by this knowledge. What could I possibly do? Walk into the ranger station and tell them a ghost light ate a hiker. They would thank me for my concern and have me quietly escorted out. I would be dismissed as a crackpot, the eccentric historian who finally spent too much time alone in the mountains. My reputation, my life's work, would be undone. But every time I close my eyes, I see it. The cold, pulsing white light. The silent, intelligent stillness. The feeling of the air growing heavy, charged with an ancient and malevolent energy. I see it hovering, watching, waiting. And I see Amelia Vance, alone on the trail, perhaps pausing to admire the view as the sun began to set, feeling a sudden chill on the back of her neck, feeling the air grow thick. I cannot stay silent. I cannot let them file her away as another tragic accident. My fear of ridicule is nothing compared to the terror of what I know to be true. The eye is open again, and it is hungry. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the National Park headquarters. I will gather my research, the old maps, the faded articles, my own frantic notes. I will find Ranger Marcus Thorne, and I will make him listen. I have to. Because I looked into the eye of the thing that haunts these mountains, and I know that if we don't start fighting back, it will never close. The drive to the national park. Headquarters was a journey through a world that no longer felt real. The morning sun slanted through the autumn-colored leaves, painting the landscape in brilliant strokes of gold and crimson. It was beautiful, a postcard of Appalachian splendor, but the beauty felt like a lie. A thin, fragile veneer stretched over a darkness that I now knew was churning just beneath the surface. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel of my old pickup truck, and a heavy, leather-bound portfolio of my research sat on the passenger seat like a brick. The headquarters was a modern log and stone building, designed to look rustic while being ruthlessly efficient. Inside, the air smelled of strong coffee, pine-scented cleaner, and the faint, metallic tang of radio equipment. Uniformed rangers moved with a quiet, focused energy, their faces etched with the fatigue and concentration of an active search. A massive topographical map of the Linville Gorge wilderness dominated one wall, a spider web of colored lines marking grids, search sectors, and points of interest. It was a map of a physical place, a world of elevation and terrain. The map I carried in my head was one of fear, of historical predation, and of places where the veil between worlds wore thin. Getting a meeting with Ranger Marcus Thorne was easier than I expected. The name, Joshua Warren, still carried some weight here. I was the historian who helped then design the interpretive plaques, the man who could identify the maker of a 200-year-old stone wall by the chisel marks. They saw me as a resource, a part of the landscape. They didn't see the frantic terror behind my eyes. Thorne received me in his small, utilitarian office. He was exactly as he had appeared on television. Lean, weathered, with eyes the color of a winter sky that seemed to miss nothing. He shook my hand firmly. "Mr. Warren, thanks for coming in. I assume this is about Amelia Vance." "It is," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "But not in the way you might think. I'm not here with a tip about a suspicious vehicle or a person I saw on the trail." He gestured for me to sit, taking his own seat behind a metal desk cluttered with maps and files. "All right, what have you got for me?" His tone was patient, but there was an edge to it, the wariness of a man who had spent days chasing dead ends. I took a deep breath and opened my portfolio on his desk. I decided to start with the tangible, the historical, the things a man like Thorne could process. "Ranger, I've been studying the history of disappearances in the gorge for 30 years. Officially, they're all unrelated tragedies. But they're not." I pushed a timeline I had meticulously drafted across the desk. "Look, this is every documented missing person case in the Linville Gorge wilderness since the park was established. See the clusters: 1958, 1971, 1983, 1995, 2009. And now, it's a cycle roughly every 10 to 14 years. A series of disappearances in a short span of time, followed by a long period of relative quiet." Thorne leaned forward, his gaze sharpening slightly. He traced the dates with his finger. "I see the dates, Mr. Warren. But this is one of the most rugged wilderness areas on the East Coast. People get in trouble here all the time. A statistical cluster isn't proof of anything. It's not just when they disappear." I pressed on, my heart hammering. "It's where." I laid out an old surveyor's map next to the modern one. On it, I had marked the locations of the disappearances with red ink. They formed a distinct pattern, a loose constellation around the deepest, most inaccessible part of the gorge. They're all taken from this central area, the same area the Cherokee legends warn about. The same area where a surveyor in 1888 wrote in his journal about his guide vanishing after seeing a floating spirit light. I showed him the photocopied journal entry, the faded newspaper clipping from the 50s about a trio of lost campers, the transcription of the Civil War letter. I laid out my life's work, the secret history of the mountain, on his government issue desk. This isn't about accidents, Ranger. This is a hunting ground. Thorne leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. The initial flicker of interest in his eyes had been replaced by a carefully neutral mask of professionalism. Mr. Warren, this is fascinating folklore, and I appreciate the historical perspective. But I have a team of 50 people out there right now, burning daylight, looking for a flesh and blood young woman. These are stories. I need facts. This was it. The moment of truth. My throat was dry. The fact, Ranger Thorne, is that I saw it. The thing that takes them. His expression didn't change, but I felt the atmosphere in the room shift. The air grew colder, heavier. You saw what? A week before Amelia Vance disappeared, I was at Wiseman's View. Alone, I saw one of the lights. But it wasn't a train or swamp gas. It came up out of the gorge. It was silent, the size of a basketball, and it moved against the wind. I leaned forward, my voice dropping to a near whisper. It came right up to the overlook. It just hovered there, watching me. There was no heat, no sound, but I could feel it. A kind of pressure, an intelligence. It wasn't a light ranger. It was an eye. And then it was just gone. I watched his face, praying for a flicker of recognition, of understanding. Instead, I saw the final curtain of skepticism fall. His expression softened into one of pity. Mr. Warren, Joshua, he said, his voice gentle. The kind of voice you use with a frightened child or a senile old man. You've lived with these stories your whole life. The mountains can play tricks on you. The mind can play tricks on you, especially when you're alone at night. You know about autokinesis, the Muller, liar illusion.
This was not an illusion.
I cut him off, my voice louder than I intended. This was real. It's the same spirit light from the surveyor's journal. It's the unholy star the Cherokee warned of. It doesn't leave tracks. It doesn't leave evidence. It just takes people. Amelia Vance wasn't lost. She was taken. Thorne stood up, a clear signal that our meeting was over. I appreciate your concern. Truly. You're a respected member of this community. But my job is to coordinate a search based on evidence. We have a last known position from her cell phone ping. We have a photograph she sent. That's our reality. I can't divert resources to chase ghost lights. He walked to the door and opened it. The sounds of the busy station rushed back in. Maybe you should go home and get some rest, Mr. Warren. This business has everyone on edge. Defeat washed over me, cold and absolute. I slowly gathered my papers, my precious, useless evidence. He saw a collection of stories. I saw a charge sheet against a monster. As I walked past him, I made one last, desperate attempt. You're looking for a body, Ranger. You're searching the ground. You need to be looking up. You need to be looking for the light. He just gave me a sad, tight-lipped smile and a nod. Thank you for your time. I stumbled out of the headquarters into the bright, indifferent sunlight. The door closed behind me, shutting me out of the world of logic and reason, and sealing me into my own private nightmare. They would never believe me. The search teams would comb the woods for another week, find nothing. And Amelia Vance would become another file in a cabinet, another red pin on my secret map. I stood in the parking lot, leaning against the hood of my truck, and stared up at the jagged silhouette of the mountains. They looked different now. Not majestic, but menacing. Not a place of beauty, but a lair. The authorities were blind. The world of men, their maps and their radios was useless. I was alone. But I was the only one who knew the truth. I was the only one who had looked into the eye. A cold resolve settled over me, displacing the despair. If no one else would go after her, then I would. I didn't have a search team or a helicopter, but I had my knowledge, and I knew what I was looking for. I wasn't going to search for Amelia Vance. I was going to hunt the thing that took her. I didn't go home to rest. Rest was a luxury afforded to those who lived in a world governed by reason, a world I no longer inhabited. My small house, usually a sanctuary filled with the comforting scent of old books and wood smoke, felt like a temporary outpost on the edge of a war zone. The dismissal from Ranger Thorne hadn't extinguished my resolve. It had forged it into something harder, sharper. If the world of men would not face the monster, then I would. My preparation was a strange ritual, a blend of scholarly research and primal readiness. I didn't pack like a hiker preparing for a trek. I packed like an exorcist preparing for a siege. On my large oak dining table, I spread out my most detailed topographical maps of the gorge. Next to them, I laid out the historical accounts, the surveyor's journal, the soldier's letter, the Cherokee tales of the soul, Kalu, the slant-eyed giant who ruled the high places. These were not folklore anymore. They were my intelligence reports, my enemy profiles. My gear was equally unorthodox. A powerful LED headlamp and a backup flashlight, of course. A compass, a knife, and a length of sturdy rope. But alongside these practical items were others that would have earned me a psychiatric evaluation from Ranger Thorne. A small pouch of salt, a traditional barrier against spirits in many cultures. An old railroad spike made of cold iron. Something the legends claimed otherworldly creatures could not abide. I even brought a small, silver, framed mirror. An old mountain tale claimed that some spirits could not bear to see their own reflection, that it revealed their true, horrifying nature. It felt absurd, the desperate grasping of a drowning man. But I was drowning, and these were my straws. I didn't go to the main trailheads, where the search teams were staging their fruitless efforts. I knew from my research that the entity hunted in the deep, inaccessible heart of the gorge, far from the well-trodden paths. I drove my truck up a winding, forgotten login road on the western rim, the tires crunching over gravel and fallen leaves. When the road became impassable, I parked, pulled on my pack, and stepped into the woods. The moment the canopy of trees closed over me, the world changed. The air grew still and heavy. The sounds of the modern world, the distant hum of traffic, the drone of a plane, vanished, replaced by the deep, ancient silence of the wilderness. This was no longer the forest I had studied and admired. It was a cathedral of shadows, a place that felt watchful and alive. Every rustle of leaves was a footstep. Every gnarled branch was a grasping hand. I was an intruder here, an unwelcome presence in a place that did not want me. My destination was a place called the amphitheater, a natural bowl, shaped depression deep within the gorge that my historical research had pinpointed as the epicenter of the disappearances. It was a brutal, punishing hike, forcing me to scramble down steep, rock-strewn slopes and push through dense thickets of rhododendron that clawed at my clothes and skin. By the time I reached the gorge floor, the sun was setting, and long, distorted shadows were stretching across the landscape. As darkness fell, the true horror began. It wasn't a sudden attack, but a slow, creeping erosion of my sanity. I would hear a twig snap just behind me, but when I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, there was nothing. I would catch a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, a pale shape darting between trees, but it was always gone when I looked directly. The air began to crackle with that same familiar static charge I had felt at Wiseman's View. The pressure was building. I knew I was being followed, stalked. I found Amelia Vance's compass just after full dark. It was lying half, buried in the mud near a small creek, a place far from any official trail. It wasn't broken from a fall. The metal casing was warped and twisted, as if subjected to an intense, localized force. And the needle didn't point north. It spun erratically, a frantic, dizzying dance, refusing to settle. It was as if the very laws of physics were unraveling in this place. Holding it, I felt a profound wave of despair, the final, terrified moments of the young woman who had dropped it. She hadn't been lost. She had been running from this same, unseen terror. Clutching the useless compass, I pushed on, my fear now mixed with a grim certainty. I was in the heart of the lair. I reached the edge of the amphitheater as the moonless sky achieved a perfect, star-dusted black. It was a vast, silent space, ringed by sheer cliffs. The air here was unnaturally cold and still. No crickets chirped, no owls called. It was a dead space, a vacuum of sound and life. This was the place. I walked to the center of the clearing, my boots echoing unnervingly in the silence. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs. I was no hunter. I was the goat tethered to a stake. I was the bait.
I know you're here.
I shouted, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast emptiness.
I saw you!
I know what you are. Silence was my only answer. But the pressure in the air intensified. The hairs on my arms stood ramrod straight. My teeth ached. It was coming. And then I saw it. It didn't rise from the gorge this time. It simply coalesced in the center of the clearing. 20 yards from me, a single point of white light appeared. It expanded rapidly, silently, pulsing with that same cold, dead luminescence. It was the eye. It was larger now. Or perhaps it only seemed so without the scale of the overlook for comparison. It hovered 5 feet off the ground, a perfect, silent sphere of impossible light. It turned its attention to me. I felt its gaze, a palpable, psychic weight that pressed down on me, trying to crush my will. This was how it hunted. It didn't need claws or teeth. It paralyzed its prey with pure, unadulterated terror. My legs refused to move. My throat closed up. My mind screamed. But my body was locked in place. With a surge of will that felt like lifting a mountain, I forced my hand into my pocket and pulled out the small, silver, framed mirror. My arm trembled violently as I raised it, angling the reflective surface toward the light. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The moment the light's reflection hit the mirror, the silent orb convulsed. A sound tore through the clearing, the first sound it had made. It was not a roar or a scream, but a high-frequency shriek that vibrated in my bones, a sound of pure agony and rage. The smooth, white surface of the light fractured, and for a split second I saw what was inside. It wasn't an eye, it was a cage, and inside the pulsing light I saw faces. dozens of them. Pale and translucent, their mouths open in silent screams. They were twisted in agony, their forms swirling and merging like smoke in a jar. I saw the face of a man, with a thick beard from a bygone century. The face of a young boy in a faded baseball cap. And, God help me, I saw the terrified, wide eyes of Amelia Vance. The entity wasn't just taking people. It was consuming them. Feeding on their life, their fear, their very souls. The Brown Mountain Light was a prison of tormented spirits, and its warden was now turning its full, wrathful attention on me. The shriek intensified, and the mirror in my hand grew impossibly hot, searing my palm. The light surged forward, expanding, rushing to engulf me. The faces within it swirled in a vortex of despair. This was the end. I would become another ghost in the machine, another silent scream in the heart of the light. I closed my eyes. The image of the tormented faces burned forever onto the back of my eyelids. The cold, static, filled energy washed over me, and the world dissolved into silent, white fire.